Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, July the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can see my screen and hear me. And yeah, William, welcome back. A little worried about you yesterday. Input is always missed, so I'm glad to see you back in the room today. So, and before I continue, small steps. You asked a question in the tech support. Hopefully that answered your question. If you don't know what I'm talking about, this is the trading column that you're trying to add that says off, and you just turn them on if you want. Okay, I think that's what you're talking about. And this window is the AI/Holly strategy trade. I'm sorry, this is Brokerage Plus. Forget what I was saying. But it's just a matter of adding the column called trading. All right, everybody. Oh, you can't see my screen. You're absolutely right. See, you jumped the gun. I forgot to add my screen. Now you can see my screen, and I better do the same in our YouTube room. Give me a moment. There we go. Okay, both rooms up and running with the screen. Okay, guys. Yeah, what was the Spruce Point one? There was the SKX. Okay, saw that teaser email last night from them, SKX. Let's see what's happening with Skechers. Okay. Shop on the move here, guys. Shop on the move. I'm hearing it. Yeah, look at shop. Shop, shop, shop. Shopify partners with YouTube to shore up sales from content creators. I had to load the headline. Okay, so shop on the move here. Going to deal with YouTube. And this is nothing that it's not really moving, but MOND starts trading as MOND today. Okay, so that SPAC has happened. So MOND is trading today. So what else is happening? APLD is up. They've raised guidance. That happened after hours. You can see that move after hours right here for APLD, the mauve area on my 15-minute chart. Now, guys, I stared at this one and I almost bit. I looked at it as it's HKD. This is this IPO from a couple of days ago. And I was watching it after hours right here as it was basing. And I said, Barry, just take 100 shares. Just take a couple hundred shares and just see what happens. And but I can't say that I chickened out, but I just decided not to do it. Anyway, it was sitting at 27.64 and it got up to 35.83 this morning. It's pulled back, but it's still, up 12% from yesterday's close. No reason. I mean, this is just this is one of those really cheap IPOs. And you might not think it's cheap based on the price, but I think the IPO price was probably around that $4 or $5 level. Not too many shares issued. Actually, probably more than 19. Okay, might have been a slightly higher priced IPO, but at any rate, APLS is up on FDA news. FDA accepts geographic atrophy candidate. Okay, so that is the reason for the beautiful pop for APLS. IBM had earnings after hours, and yeah, no bueno. Look at IBM down 6%. Mara and Riot, a couple of the Bitcoin plays or crypto plays, both had earnings both had earnings. Well, wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I don't know why I thought this Mara and Riot were earnings plays. Well, the reason I'm thinking they're earnings plays is that we have it here. No, no, I'm sorry. Forget it, forget it, forget it. I'm looking at the wrong, my wrong table. So Mara and Riot are just up as they were yesterday. Bitcoin is, I guess, running a little bit. STIM, gapping up. It was gapping up. I think this was shortable too. I think this is, it's another FDA clearance for transcranial magnetic stimulation system. Okay, so that's the deal with STIM. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Fairly low float, 24 million. NVTA is gap down, lowering guidance. So they're releasing on the 2nd, August the 2nd, but they're just preparing us. They're lowering guidance. They're restructuring the company. I think they're getting rid of all, what do they say? Reducing the number of markets and services from more than 100 to just 4 by exiting non-core businesses and geographies. This is the one that I was thinking about shorting, depending how well it holds, of course. Yeah, maybe it's too late now. SCYX. It's phase 3 data. Obviously, some initial positive reaction to SCYX, positive data, but it's almost back to the close of yesterday. Yeah, VLD was moving higher. Is it still moving higher? Yeah, another one. Boy, see a lot of these guys got to be awfully careful. I mean, I guess it's not a huge pullback, but it got up to 3, back down to 284. Don't see any specific reasons why. NOVN, another one that is gapped up. Let's see, satisfies a 16.5 million outstanding promissory note. Okay, so that's the reason for NOVN. Here's a cannabis play being hit somewhat, not somewhat, down 20%. HITI on a financing. HITI down on a financing. That is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Tons of shares, actually. You guys were just talking with Cyto, CYPO. And they had some news. Positive data, I guess. IQ is gapping up. China stock. I think they did have some news. They were cooperating. This was news after hours yesterday. Okay, so entering into content licensing deal with Douyin. Is that how you pronounce it? Douyin. This had no volume, but this could be a crazy one. I think I've seen this one before. NYXH. NYXH. Is it still holding? Yeah, kind of holding. Gaining European acceptance or European approval, but the volume is very low. It's Belgium stock, but the volume is very low right now, but obviously it could pick up. And I'm sure it's a low float. Yeah, 10 million in the float. So this could be one of those crazy ones. Here's your news. Announced a CE mark approval for Genio 2.1. Yeah, AMC. I mean, listen, AMC is still moving. Let's take a look at the daily chart now on this. So this is, over the last 2 weeks, this has gone from 12 to 17. And let's see now. 1896, looks like 19 or so over here. Just have to expand this daily chart to take a look to see where the next areas could be of resistance. There's all these little pockets of resistance. So 1709 is a high there. 1703, 1761, 1807. So, I mean, to me, there looks like there's, fairly stern resistance between here and 18, but it's definitely been on a roll. Shop continues to move higher here, guys. SHOP continues to move higher on that deal with YouTube. Okay, I don't know why. You're absolutely right. What it says, well, I guess Google owns YouTube, right? Is that right? I can't remember anymore. Okay, well, let's call it Google/YouTube. All right, it's 9/11 now. Yeah, I was 99.99% sure China, but there's always that little 0.00001 element of doubt. So I was pretty sure that Google owned YouTube. How many years ago? I can't remember how long ago they bought them, but all right, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Well, there's a little change. Still more upgrade or downgrades than upgrades, but at least we are now starting to see a few more upgrades. So let's get them in here. This is from briefing.com. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. AMC guys on the move here. Yeah, I know it because I got text to voice on that gap up scan that I got, and she is saying AMC over and over and over again. Take a look at Cinemark. Cinemark. Just I'll show you this once I get this last one done. Of course, this is the sympathy play to AMC, another theater chain. CNK. What is it doing? Had an upgrade. Not bad actually. This had an upgrade from Morgan Stanley, Cinemark, through the 200-day moving average now. All right, I'll get the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I didn't mention this one. This is a buyout. WFG is a buyout following wow, okay, a Reuters report. CVC Capital and wood panel maker have submitted an expression of interest to buy Canadian Lumber Company, WFG. So this is just an expression of interest to buy. There's no formal deal in place. This is for WFG. Could be an interesting short, guys. I mean, if you start getting, well, the interesting short was up at 112. And so the market did finish negative, all the Nas, Dow, and SPY. We had a positive open and all, but then the market just sold off most of the day. We're in for a positive open again this morning. Though I did see that oil prices were sliding a bit, so probably see when I take a look at the sector status, probably those oil stocks. Usually it's a 100% either up or down, but I'll open that sector status channel in about 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing so much like this. Look at the honest company. I mean, pops all the way up to what, $4 or so, and can right back down, basically almost flat again. I know Zach mentioned the Walmart deal. Coin in the realm, COIN, guys. That is still, obviously a Bitcoin play. Boy, AMC is just, the memers have got a hold of this one for sure now. Yeah, Walmart, Costco. Somebody does a deal with Costco. It looks excellent, on paper, but these guys just grind these suppliers down. So CCL is actually an earnings play, guys. Interesting. I went live in Vancouver, so I was downtown on Sunday, and the cruise ships were now. I don't know enough to know whether they were packed in terms, but the traffic congestion leaving the cruise ships had police everywhere stopping traffic, so these all the cars and the buses and everything could exit these cruise ships. It's unbelievable. I've not seen that before. So, I mean, there's a anecdotal, but there's CCL earnings play, and this is an earnings play. CCL is an earnings play. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar. And then I'm going to find our sector status. And because oil was down, I'm anticipating 100%. Oh, I'm wrong again. So interesting. Usually this is all or nothing. Anyway, let's take a look at the sectors. So what you're seeing here These are the major sectors. And so there's the major ETF for energy, XLE. Typically, so what you're seeing here, when it says 57%, that means that 57% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Typically, when I look at the price of oil, if it's gone up or down, typically this is 100% one way or the other, but this is more like 50% today. So, however, look at technology. There you go. 95% of the technology stocks are above yesterday's close. 100% are above the close for communication stocks, above yesterday's close. So, we're in for obviously a very buoyant open. Okay. But when we look at this in a different way, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes from now, if I can remember, and it'll be the change from the open. So stocks may be still above yesterday's close, but they could be falling from their opening prints, opening trade. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now, we're in for a nice positive open. Look at FUTU, FUTU, FUTU. Whoops. Now, I don't know if we can believe that then. Is topping tail. I saw a lot. We're going to see a lot of stocks that look like this, I think, with topping tails and bottoming tails. Something goes a little crazy. Yeah, we got these topping tails and bottom tails. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Omni usually has a reason for this. Omni, who is in our room sometimes, adjustment of orders or rebalancing of order. I don't know. Anyway, pay no attention. Fetch, though, I think did Fetch hold? Yeah, Fetch is moving up. FTCH, FTCH. Don't see any specific reason why it is moving. Other than the fact that retail had such a tremendous day yesterday. I mean, it did sell off at the end, I suppose, but I mean, every other sector was getting slammed, and retail is very, very, yeah. I mean, we were looking at Target and Nordstrom's, and I mean, the retail sector was really alive. How to make an alert sound? Okay, well, nothing. I mean, if you go to our user guide, I'll tell you, but you should go to our user guide because it's going to explain. So if you forget what I'm saying, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, when you click on my homepage link, yeah, price alert. Oh, how to make a price alert on the chart? Oh, okay. Still it's in the guide, but just go to a chart, go to your chart. So if you wanted to put a price alert, say for XRT right at the top here, first of all, you have to, well, you don't have to have I would have my price alert window open. I would click on new to start, just to show you what it's going to look like. So click new from the toolbar, click price alerts window. Okay, and then your price alerts window will pop up, and then just go to the chart, any time frame you want, and move your mouse so that you're going to see a dotted line. And if you can eyeball it, say I wanted to put a price alert for 67.61 for XRT, then I just right click, create the price alert. And if I like that price, fine, or I can obviously make a change and type in where I want and then just save it. That's it. Well, the price alert is the same. The price alert window has the same. If you can make an alert sound, just give me a moment. If you can make an alert sound in a An alert window is exactly the same way, it's exactly the same thing. Here's my price alerts window. You just right click and actions and do the same thing. If you're able to make a if you're able to make a sound in your alert windows and you hear those, then you know it's the same thing here. You know, maybe your slider is not high enough. I don't know. You know, this is a volume slider. There's another one. LPX is just starting to show up. LPX, Louisiana Pacific. I always think they're a railway, but they're not. Now make sure also, Nathaniel, that you haven't accidentally, if you can hear sounds from other alert windows, then there's no reason why you shouldn't hear a sound from the price alert window. Make sure though you haven't accidentally, there's a sound icon in the toolbar. Make sure there's not a slash through it that you may have turned off all the sounds accidentally. Okay, then there's something going on then with your on your computer, Nathaniel. Don't know how I'm going to help you. If you listen to me, mention that sound toggle, okay, that or the sound icon. You can see what I'm pointing to between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. Make sure you don't have a slash through it. So you may have turned off accidentally. You may because that'll turn off all of your sounds. Okay. And if you're not hearing sounds, then there's really nothing I can do within. It might be something going on with your computer. Check your, I mean, obviously make sure your speakers are on or something like that. But that is something I can't help you with. Yeah. So Slava, you have one. Yeah, you can do that. So with an alert window or your price alert window, if you right click, so the question is, can you have text to speech? Yes. So if you right click and properties and actions, okay, and then you set up the sound, you can see text to speech. So you can pick one window of text to speech. You don't want to pick them all, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. Does that make sense? Whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on the different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Oh, I see. The name of the window. No, there's no chance. Oh, I see. You mean like, why would you want that though? I mean, the whole idea of a sound alert is that when you put a unique sound alert on your alert window, you know which window to look at. So if you're saying you want it to somehow say gap up, so you look at your gap up window, no, there's no way to do that. No way to do that. Thank you, William. Yes, we have a minute to the open, guys. So have a great trading day, everybody. The cruisers, guys, I'm hearing RCL also now, CCL, and CCL is an earnings play actually. So holding 10. I'm hearing RCL also in the text to speech. I get my races going here, guys. Yesterday afternoon was I found a real struggle. Not a lot of excitement for me. Mornings are usually always, especially the first hour, but I just found that yesterday afternoon was just really, really slow. All right, guys, we are going to be open now. So it's not just the cruisers, guys. It looks like the airlines are starting to move also. There's Delta, DAL. Whoa, XPAV. XPAV is actually a 10-day low now. China EV, of course. Yeah, look at Delta. Delta on the move here, guys. How's Jets doing? I'm sure Jets is probably JETS. It's probably moving higher also. Yes. So there's the ETF for the airline industry. And I mean, it's crawled off the bottom. Not a huge amount. I mean, the bottom was around 16 so it's 1771 now. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I will miss things that run right from the beginning, and I'm prepared for that. Yeah, AMC is still attempting to get through that 18 now. Meme stock deluxe. So Nathaniel, we're able to figure it out. Keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, the volume is putrid right now, and this is the NYXH. I haven't seen this one before, and I mean the volume is almost non-existent, but it did receive European approval. It's a low float. Look at CCL. Boy, oh boy, rocketing off 10. Okay, so things seem a lot smoother today with the racing. In terms, I'm just watching the way these things are moving up and down. So and I will go over the racing in a bit, just to let people understand what it's all about and why. Thank you, Omni. All right, I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing any, EVGO. What a wild start, EVGO. Now maybe this bottoming tail is really not true, but it's popped right back up again, EVGO. Yeah, yesterday's beautiful short, NCR, is now a 10-day daily breakout. Really? Yeah, look at this. Yesterday's short from Zach Scan was awesome, but now it's a 10-day daily breakout. I mentioned fetch just before we opened it, or towards the middle of opening this room. FTCH. Couldn't find a reason for it other than the fact that it's a retailer or in the retail sector. How's XLR doing right now? Oops, XRT, I mean. XRT, let's see. Okay. So what's the market doing? So the market is, yeah, positive, 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 SPY, Dow, and NAS. So let's just see if all that holds. Good. My sound is not off. So, no, because you're the only one saying that. So hopefully. So Bobby, your usual clue that you're the only one, just in general, is unless you see a bunch of people saying can hear, can hear, can hear, usually that means there's something on your end. So this APLD, I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room here, okay? So, well, ton of room. Let's take a look. 215, yeah. So 215 is the next high looking left on the daily chart, but it is early. Lots of volume coming in. Not a low float, 93 million in the float. Yeah, so they raised guidance. It had the big pop after hours on that guidance raise. They don't release until the 26th of August, but they're basically preparing us for the fact that they're raising guidance. But again, it is early. So Slava, there is a message for you in tech support in case you didn't know. Okay. I guess there is a way in which you can do it, but I'm not sure it's exactly what you want to do anyway. But Omni is giving you a way in which I guess you can do what you were looking to do. But I'm not sure why you would want to do that. But there is a message for you in our tech support. And we have a halt. Rare just, oh, sorry, rare resumed, RARE. I guess I understand, why you would do it. Basically creating your own sound, text to voice for each individual window, I guess, yeah. I guess I've just so used to just knowing when I hear the sound, I know exactly where it is, but nah, we've got this problem again. I've got this problem again. Ah, come on. Dev team, fix this. I'm sure it's because I'm on this development build. It may be just at the beginning of the day, but that's not good. When did we play the bounce though? Oh, I see what you've already played the bounce. I see. When I saw failing, I thought you meant the stock was failing, but yeah, I mean, this Spruce Point, their credibility is kind of shot. Still early. I mean, the APLD, I mean, it looks interesting, but I wouldn't be taking it probably unless it took out the high, the post market yesterday, which was 157. I mean, there's still a little bit of room to the next high, but to me, it just looks, unsettled right now. APLD, still early, 3 minutes. Usually don't trade in the first 15. Listen, when I say that, doesn't mean, if people out there want to trade in the first 15, go ahead. If you can do it and make money, great. I've just found over time, I just get whipped out of positions too often in the first 15 minutes. Well, if NIO is dumped, well, XPAV had a big drop also, XPAV. And so how about LI probably doing the same thing, the China EVs? Yeah, so the China EVs, LI, XPAV, and NIO all. In fact, I'm seeing a market. I'm seeing a lot of, look at SIGA, SIGA. I actually thought I was going to see a big red bar in the market on the SPY, but no, but yeah, there's something going on, guys. I do apologize. They know about it. I don't know if it's widespread or just the server I'm on or the development build, but it's on EMC long. At AMC long, did it pull back? Yeah, I mean, look, with AMC and these some of the other one like GME and they're all subject to the memers, right? So I mean, I guess if it held 17, well, yeah, I suppose that would be an idea. I just don't know where you're going to put your stop. Maybe 1681 or 1680. I'm just looking at the 15-minute chart. This is not advice, Chris. Okay, not advice. But I mean, if I were looking at AMC and thinking if it pulled back to 17, I might like to take that. My stop would, I'm just looking at the pre-market. Looks like there's, some reasonable support around 1680. But that's not advice to do it, but that's what I would see. Cinemark, though, has not pulled back at all. CNK has not pulled back like AMC. CNK, of course, same sector. I don't think the memers really ever got a hold of this one. Morgan Stanley, it's either Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan put an upgrade on them today. Hmm, this has to get fixed. Ah, okay. You know what? Do a reset. Anybody with, as you call wonky races, maybe just do a reset. I noticed that zip the winner up here. VIGL. Let's take a look at VIGL. What's happening with it? There's no volume, small steps. I mean, you can't, impossible to trade this really because it's 3,000 shares have traded. So, I mean, it's had a great, I don't even know how much volume it normally does. I mean, last month it only did 724,000. So, but it's, you're looking at something and the spread is 634, 683. So very hard to commit. Let's take a look at CNK and where the next highs are. So the next high so it's got a little, 824, 1824 on the weekly chart. Next high, so it's not that far away, and it's a fairly big float, 107 million in the float. So do I see anything on OPTT? Yeah, so way outside, I just don't trade anything under a dollar. Now, if you believe, after hours yesterday, they say 88 cents, but Ocean Power wins the Energy Department Award, so I guess they had some news. But there's a reason it's a sub $1 stock. I mean, I look here, I think there's pretty decent resistance around 71 also. Okay, what is NAT doing? This is starting to NAT, Nordic American Tanker. So, I mean, this has got some room. 238 over here. So the next high is 289. So this has got some room. Again, it's a big float though, 200 million in a float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. When I say a bunch, I mean you have to get a lot of volume coming in to keep moving this with that float. But when you look left on the daily chart, the next high is 289 for NAT. Okay, APLD is getting a little more. I mean, there's the high, pre-market or post-market high, 157. If it takes that out, that might get it running, and then the next high after that is 215. So that's enough room percentage-wise, if it, got anywhere close to it. Okay, so now it's right at the post-market high for APLD. It's right at it. Tested it once, pulled back. You know what we're starting to see, Guy? Well, this is not a low float, 93 million. Okay. We had such a great 2 or 3 week span of these low float crazy ones that kept moving. They weren't having the wild gyrations during the day. They were giving us awesome opportunities. There's been a bit of a market shift, in my opinion. I don't know when it started, maybe late last week, and certainly yesterday and now today. I'm not seeing the same thrust of these little ones that just want to keep moving for a while. I don't mean they have to tack on, 10 straight 15-minute candles up, but just stop moving around so much. It's that simple. So that's why, I'm trying to be highly selective right now. Whew, talk about a HKD all over the place. Got halted several times, got all the way back down to 17, a little $4 pop now. Let me ask the question, guys. Are you finding that the charts are a little bit slower than normal? And by slower, I mean, that wasn't bad. Clicking on the alert, no, that's not bad. So maybe is, well, I don't know what specifically is happening, but they're all down. XPAV, LI, and NIO, Eddie. They're all down. I don't know specifically what's happening. These are all the China EV plays. China could be down in itself. Take a look at KWeb. Yeah, I mean, well, KWeb is up, but it was gapping down somewhat. So, but I don't know specifically what's happening with XPAV or. Normal on your side? Okay, Ray. So it might be, again, I'm always at the mercy of these development builds that I don't want to say stick me with, but want me to test. MRTN, so transport, MRTN. This is a big pop here. Boy, looking left, this has got some room. It's an earnings play, actually. Didn't realize it. Really didn't do anything after hours. It released earnings after hours. and it really did nothing in the pre-market. But once the market opened, boom, MRTN. Hmm. Yeah, so Dak, you bought Pixelworks. I think you said that, Pixelworks. All right, so let's take a look left. The next high is 231, so it's above that high. On the monthly chart, like a lot of room, 3. On the weekly chart, 256. So yeah, a little bit of room, 238 to 256 on the weekly chart for Pixelworks. Not a low float. Avatar and Titanic to be remastered. Seems to be their. So that is, I guess that's the reason for Pixelworks having its pop. All right, guys. Well, we're sort of getting into what yesterday's pattern looked like on the SPY anyway. Just flattening out. Just kind of flattening out. And I'm just not seeing a lot of stuff that I really. Carvana is just getting kicked again. CVNA. Yeah, Nio bouncing from Zach Scan, 1968 so far anyway, 1968. Not a bad bounce. Not quite 20 cents, but okay, now there's a little move for the SPY. Okay, now I'm seeing a little bit of an increasing green bar on the SPY now. This is the second 15-minute candle. So that might get things running a bit. I see. Are you kidding me, Zach? We used to watch this one forever. Yeah, actually, you're right, because look at the daily chart here. The next high is 1211, so that's above that. The next high is 1319. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. It does have some room. What did it hit in the pre-market? 1250? Is there some news on it? Announces post hoc analysis from clinical trial, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, so the SPY is putting in a nice little move now. Just as I was saying, it was kind of stuck. Yeah, IC is interesting. I mean, there's no question. It's got some room. What's the spread like? 1221, 1223, so that's okay. Just look left on a daily chart. Okay. So if you have a daily chart up and running, you just look left. And it's at 1219 right now. So if I look at this day over here in May 6th, the next high is 1319. That's why I always have A daily chart. If I don't see it on the daily chart, then I turn to the weekly chart. If I don't see it on the weekly chart, then I turn to the monthly chart. Oh man, I'm trying to be highly selective here, guys, because I'm just not seeing, some of these movers, the APLD, the STIM, stocks like that. They're just not moving. I mean, they're moving, but in the wrong direction. I mean, I'm seeing AUR, but then I look left, and I'm just seeing 222. I'm seeing 231. I'm just seeing all this resistance. So, it's showing up on a scan, but I just don't like it because I don't see how it's going to have any way to move. 246 million in the float. So this is probably the one of the better ones if it holds this area, this IC, just because of the room it's got. Somebody mentioned EOSC earlier. See, this is sort of the lag. Wow, okay, not a bad move. However, it's now coming into could be a really tough resistance around that 250 mark. All right, EVGO over 8 now. But again, look at all this over here. It's not that far away. All this stuff on the daily chart between here and 830, 820, 830. Hmm. Well, if you're looking for wild action, HKD, pretty wild today. Just resumed again, or got halted again, sorry, got halted again. Yeah, so that bounce for NIO was pretty short-lived. I don't know. I don't know about, you're going to regret it. Well, maybe you can't hear me anymore, Dak, but 12.11, I mean, it's over that 12.11. Yeah, I mean, 13.19, it's settling here, not too badly. Like to see some more volume come in. So it's not just me, PJ, is it? Okay, it's not just me. I just, I'm highly selective at the, even in when the market I think is really working in our favor, but I'm really, and when I say in our favor, I don't mean it doesn't have to be positive or negative. I'm just not seeing the action. I mean, is anything, of course, there are some things moving, but look at IC as an example, okay? I would have thought IC, with all that room, other traders are looking at the same thing. I mean, it's up, it's not like it's up, 20% or anything. It's up 10% or some high percentage already. This is the sort of thing that you would think would get traders excited. A little bit of news on it. And the room, it's all about the room. It's got the room, but as we speak, I'm just not going to take it. Nothing wrong with sitting on your hands, guys, and waiting for something that don't try to deviate from your plan just because you're bored and you want to take a trade. Let's take a look at H&R Block as an example. HRB, it's an earnings play. HRB, earnings play. All-time high. I mean, this is kind of interesting then, H&R Block. All-time high right now. Yeah, the all-time high is, yeah, just above the all-time high now, H&R Block. I'm assuming you're out of your stim, Shady, and you're out of, well, I don't know about the APLD. I don't know if you're in both of those still, but just really not, and they're not shortable. That's it. Well, maybe a short, but I mean H&R Block is strong. An earnings play, and it's an all-time high now. How do I change a symbol on a single docked chart? Well, to change a symbol in any chart, whether it's docked or not, you just left click on the chart. Okay, so the system knows what chart you want to change the symbol on. Now these are all linked. Okay, all these time frames are linked, so they're all going to change, but just left click on any chart and then just start typing. When you start typing, you should see a change symbol box pop up. Okay, and then you can either click change or hit enter on your keyboard. Okay, and that'll do it. See, there's a bit of a lag I'm noticing here for me. Okay, so again, just left click on your chart, and then you should just be able to start to type, and the change symbol box will pop up. If that doesn't happen, for some, and I don't know why, some computer configurations, when you left click and you start to type and nothing pops up, then hit the space bar on your keyboard, and then the change symbol box will pop up, and then you can start typing the symbol, okay? Okay, small steps, you get that? Left clicking the chart just tells the system what chart you're in, that's all. You know, this was an aggravating one, NCNA. This is one that I actually thought about swinging. And you know, a few days ago, it had some news and it popped, and then it dropped right back down to a dollar, under a dollar. But there it goes, NCNA. It's not a low float, 43 million. I know it had some news. I can't remember what the news was, but it was back. I want to say, well, certainly on this day, on the 13th. Nothing from the AI so far, also, which is telling me something. All right, I guess there's an argument to be made that if NIO somehow can take out 20, maybe that'll be a decent bounce. I'll put an alert right around there. NIO. All right, I'm taking a poke at this IC. Okay, so let's see if we get anywhere close to this. Well, no way it's getting close to 1319, but at least that's the next high. That's a bit of could be a bit of a magnet. But I'm not hanging around these very long. Not today. But I see. So I took and taken. In a 1222. I just wanted to see how well it would hold that 1220 mark. So, but if it gets back down there, I'm just out. I mean, I just don't trust the market moving. I think next week when we're really getting into earnings season and the following, you know, month or so, we'll definitely get a lot more action because there'll be so many earnings plays coming out. And not necessarily. I'm not talking about the big guys. I don't care about the big guys releasing earnings. Though Netflix should be interesting this afternoon after hours. Netflix, NFLX. You know, they're preparing people for a 2 million subscriber drop. But you know what? So if everybody's thinking, oh, okay, Netflix is going to tank again, what if they come out though? And so you take this short. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you take this short. You're so convinced that they're going to come out and say 2 million. Well, first of all, the market is sort of prepared for that to a certain extent. But what if they come up with 1.5 million? Now, if they come up with 3 million, yeah, it's going to tank. All right, guys, give me a moment here. There's your there's your 2 million sub drop info. I mean, it may not happen, but you know what? I'm out of the ice. I just can't handle it today, guys. I'm out of it. Made a little bit of money. I just don't. I have no patience right now for trying to hold on to these little things. So made a little bit, nothing much. Now, you know what? This all could turn around in the afternoon. I mean, look, IC could keep running, but I just don't have the feeling for it, for anything right now that's going to keep running. So I'm just right now, I'm just kind of into the quick hitter mode, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, the trade of the week. What was the trigger again? 38. Okay, APLD, at least it's holding down this level. I'm interested if it gets up to the 158 mark, because then when you look left, it's got some room to the 2 mark, 215. So there's a glimmer of hope right now for it, I suppose. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Guys, I am back. All right, so the Martin MRTN pulled back a little bit. 20 could be a real challenge. So is this shortable for me, MRTN? It is shortable for me. Lots of shorts available. Yeah, a million shares at Interactive Brokers. So that is not an issue. Okay, guys, there's the APLD now. Okay, so let's see if now it has that run. A lot of some volume, a little bit of volume came in. I took the trade. So let's see if it has the run now. 215 is the next high. Again, it's not a low float, so it's a crypto play. Just a matter of how long am I going to hang on? Okay, guys. Well, NCR, again, the great short from yesterday is turned around completely. Right. Okay. EPLD, a little bit of a move here. What was I saying? The NCR. So the NCR, what sort of room does it have? Looking left, 33.72. That's about $1.40 or so. Trying to move a little bit. What did it do in the pre-market? Got up to about 34. Yeah, I don't even think like that. I'm just reading these posts now about, what am I looking for on a daily basis? Not to lose a lot of money, I guess, but no, but I'm trying to be flippant, but seriously, I mean, it's every day is different. I've said this before, and some in the room have heard me say this. There's usually only about maybe 4 or maybe 5 days in a month where, you can really, like really what I would call really good days in a month. The rest of them can be kind of grinding days. And I would say yesterday, I mean, when we had for that 2 or 3 week period where we had all these low floats, I mean, they were just going crazy. It was exciting. And those were the days you had to try to maximize your gains because then for me anyway, you get days like today where it'd be really, really slow. Well, let's see. What time is it? Almost 10:30 now. So, well, I guess I'll talk a little bit about trade ideas for those of you who are new. All right. Well, there's the NIO now. The NIO, I've mentioned maybe on a 20 break. This has been a decent bounce now from Zach's scan. You had to wait a while, but nonetheless. And the other one, 37. So this one did not, interestingly. So we've got two, same sector, LI and NIO, 1968 on a bounce. Okay. And this is now almost at 20, but this one, LI did not. LI, 3768, it's still sinking a bit. So that might lag. Keep an eye on XPAV. Keep an eye on XPAV to see if XPAV, get out of here, see if XPAV also has a bounce. Yeah, so well, it actually bounced pretty well. If you took that bounce, I mean, 2714 looks like it's pretty decent resistance. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Sharing my screen, and I'm live on the mic. And my name is Barry Enerson, and yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So I put my homepage link in. Homepage link in. Lots of information on my homepage. Here is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Promo code Barry for Alpha for 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas just to let you know how much it does cost. We have an annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is $2,000 less the 15%. The standard is $1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is non-existent today. I don't even know if there have been any. I only sort on the profitable ones to see if there was any alerts at all. No alerts at all today, which kind of tells you something. Now, you don't have to take out an annual. In fact, don't. Take out a monthly to start. Unless you absolutely know you want this program, do not take out an annual subscription. The standard is 118, premium is 228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, and there's no problem doing that, I don't think you have to feel you have to take out an annual. Then this is what you'll pay going forward, 118 and 228. At any point, if you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15% discount. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this first. Let's get started. Okay, 10 videos, short videos. Take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Download an installation, first startup and log in, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Do yourself a favor and learn the program a little bit before you dive into it. I do a stock of the day video. I'm going to be hard pressed today. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it. It's all free. And the trade of the week, which was ASO this week. And I think somebody tell me exactly what the trigger was again. I can't remember. Was it 38? 38 or 39? Anyway, that's worked out very well. And it's free. You can sign up for it right here. If you do sign up for it and you're not getting it, just check your spam box, okay? A lot of times you'll find it in your spam box. Education, click here on the education section of my homepage. You can click on the user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by how much there is in the user guide. I would concentrate on, well, the first row, except for the multi-strategy window, okay? You should have already done the getting started. You should know at least what an alert window is, what a top list window is, okay? You should, take a look at the stock racing later. I'm really, yesterday and today, a little bit of a challenge, but I think that, the challenge was the whole market trying to find things that were really interesting. But the stock racing is a very, very highly visual way of looking at stocks that are moving. So I would concentrate on this first row. You can, later on, you can look at sound alerts, how to place a sound alert in an alert window. So you can have a unique sound on your different windows so that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at, price alerts on the charts, etc. But just concentrate right off the bat on the alert windows and top list windows, okay? Get that down at least. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday. Now, Michael was in the YouTube room yesterday, so I don't know. I take a break between 12 and 1, and Michael filled in for Chris yesterday, so I don't know if they're going to swap. I'll find out though. But somebody will be in a YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. And then Chris Varley will be in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars. Today is Tuesday, so there's no webinar today. This week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or looking for maybe either a different take on trading or maybe just a basic refresher, take a look at this. This is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. This is not third party. And it starts off with what is a stock, about as basic as you can get. Okay, so there's all that information. And then of course, not of course, but my scans, all the scans that I am sharing. So there's the race mode right here that you see on the right-hand side. Hey, look at IC, guys. It's starting to move. I took it off, but that's okay. If you took it and kept it, you're being rewarded a bit. You heard me talk about Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. The 10-day daily breakouts and downs are here also. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. So again, a lot of information on my homepage, including my scans. And all the scans you saw, I don't have them all up and running, but there are different scans here for different types of trading styles. So I put a lot in here. You can just kind of look at them. If it meets your trading plan, you'd like to see something like that, then by all means take it. You can, and I'll show you how you can see what it's looking for. So lots of information, education section, my scans, the getting started. Save my link, and then you can look at it anytime you want. Okay. Is there a hotkey to toggle back to the last chart you were looking at? Not that I'm aware of. No. I mean, most of the time, there is a way in the in this drop down. I don't know if maybe they have finally This is a drop-down menu, but it's not a hotkey so much, but a drop-down in the single stock where you can see previous charts, okay? But there's no hotkey as such. Well, if you're trying to replicate this, okay, the thing is, there are only really two options. I mean, there are, I don't want to get into the more advanced options, but with our charts, you either have symbol linking or you don't. So if I right click on a chart and I go to properties, and there's symbol linking if it's checked. That means every time, and each one of these is checked for symbol linking. So that's why when I click on an alert, these charts all change, all these time frames change, whereas the SPY does not. Okay, so the SPY does not change because I've got symbol linking unchecked. And to have the SPY chart, just click on new, in a chart window, and this will pop up. So there's a SPY chart as an example, and you change the time frame to whatever you want. All right, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. I showed you from my homepage all the scans that I'm sharing. If you click from our toolbar, if you click on new from the toolbar, and then you click on docked channel bar, you will see we have a lot of theme-based channels. Okay, these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on explosive winners, this race right here is in essence the race that I show, okay? I've made some changes. I've upped the minimum volume, and maybe I think I've changed the price range, but this is basically it. So all I'm really trying to show you here by going to the different channels, if you saw a scan that you liked, and in order to see whether or not you do like it, biggest gainers from the open percent as an example, okay? So you could right click on any scan, right click and click on configure, and then summary. That'll tell you what it's looking for. Now, if you like exactly, let me go to another scan, but if you like this scan, this top list window, and you wanted to have it as part of your layout, then what you do is you right click. You left click on it so that the system knows you're there, then right click and then duplicate into free floating window. Because what you're trying to do is just basically this is a layout, so you want to take the scan outside the layout. So now here it is, free floating. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, so once it's in the cloud, now you can go to another scan or another channel. Click on the momentum channel. This is a popular channel. So there's that. And wow, look at that NCNA. I was just talking about it. So this is a moment. This is an alert window. It says A in the top left-hand corner, so we know it's an alert window. So this is what Trade Ideas is really good at. Real-time alerts. So you can see right there at 10:38. So a couple of minutes ago, it hit 180, and that was a real-time alert. If you want to find out what this momentum scan is looking for, again, you just right-click, configure, summary. Yeah, getting this little lag. So you can see what it's looking for. Stocks between the price of 1 and 50. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. Minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. The concept is this: when you always start off with some filters. For instance, and then the trigger in this particular case, if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. And that's, of course, why you have to have filters. If you just say, well, show me all stocks making a new high of the day, you'd be inundated with alerts all day long. So that's why, of course, you have to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, which matches your trading plan. In other words, you may have a different price range, though, you like. So a couple things. If you like this the way it is, you do the same thing then. You just right click, duplicate into a free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. But you can, of course, if you like the concept of this, but you thought, you know what, I like it, except I'd rather have a different price range. So you just change the price. I'm going to change it to 10 and 100. And OK. See how it's changed to 10 and 100? So if that's what you wanted to do, you like the concept, but maybe you want to just customize it a little bit to your style of trading, then you do that, and then you duplicate it into the free floating window, and then you save it to the cloud. Now, if you leave this window and come back to it, your change is not saved. And the reason it's not saved is that these channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what others want. Okay? So that's all I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels, start looking at the scans we've created, right click, configure summary to take a look at what they're looking for. If you like something, save it to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time from the cloud and create your own layout without actually having to know how to create any scan from scratch. And again, I'm not trying to teach you trade ideas, all the nuts and bolts right now. That's not my real function. I mean, it's just to give you an overview. You go to the guide, find out what an alert window is, find out what a top list window is, what layouts are, etc. Okay. Now, if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and I click on configure again, this time instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So all of these icons that you see here, these are alert icons, the real-time alert icons that we've got. Okay, now I almost exclusively just care about new highs and lows for the day, but we've got a lot more. Okay, and if I scroll down, these are the filters. So again, we have a lot of alerts, we have a lot of filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they've tried to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, with all the different trading styles there are out there, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. You don't have to learn them all. Excuse me. Now, I was going to talk a little bit about the AI, but there's nothing happening. No trades, no alerts today. If you have the AI, if you have our premium service, just click on new AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see, and just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing happening today. And what I would do if you have the premium service, take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. Because then tomorrow when you load trade ideas, before the market opens, this window will be blank just like it is now. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have, there's a real-time entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny, or you don't have to take the trade at all. You can analyze. You have a stop price. How you trade it will be up to you. And last, this window we call Brokerage Plus, this big window, this big blue window on the upper left-hand corner, we call this Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. Just very quickly, if you click on that link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows how you can trade from within Trade Ideas using this window, okay? Now, this is only available if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. But listen carefully though, if you don't have an E-Trade account or an interactive brokers account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means that you don't have access to this feature. Okay, that's all it means. I actually don't use it. I don't use this to trade my account. I trade from within interactive brokers. The main reason is, I'm also showing it as use as a simulator, and got to pay a lot of attention when you're trading. I don't want to be toggling back and forth between a simulator and live trading and making a mistake. So, and it's simple enough to use. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use it. And if Michael Noss is going to be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. He is a bigger user of Brokerage Plus than I am. And that second video goes into a lot more detail about how you use it or how you can use it. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. So in order to have Brokerage Plus up and running, all you do is click on New and click on Brokerage Plus. Okay, and then that window will pop up. You may have different columns, but it'll be similar. And it'll say not connected. So if you click on Sim, it'll change to account, then you click on account, and now you're in simulated. Now you click on the simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, it doesn't, because we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay, but if you're looking to practice trading and you don't even need a broker yet, so if you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you click on sim, and now you're in simulation mode. Now you can practice trading, and it's simple to use. You just click on an alert, and the symbol will show up in the box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. Click the buy button. It kind of sets it up, and then you click the send button, and now you're in the trade. Okay. Now I feel super foolish about the IC, but that was definitely the one. APLD is just a big snoozer. What do I think about 21 million shares purchase of MIC? I, yeah, I don't know anything about it. This looks like it's a buyout. I mean, the way it's trading right here, flatlining. I guess it's not, but it just looks like this. Is this not a buyout or something? Anyway, I can't. 40 a price target. Who's putting a price target of $40? Well, look at the market, guys. The market is bemoaning the fact at the beginning that was, first half hour was kind of flat, but this has really been a nice surge in the market. It is, but it really hasn't bounced. Well, it's bouncing a little bit now, 35.70, 35.70, 68. But it the NIO definitely bounced. It was definitely a better play. No, nothing is easy, but at least 1968, and it didn't get down much below that. But look at the not LI. I mean, the first alert was at 37.68, and then the next one at 35.70. I mean, it's bounced from there, but they're difficult. I wonder what XPAV. I was talking about XPAV. It's probably. I'm sure it's bounced the same as the other ones. Yes. I don't have L's in there, so it might be out of the price range. I've adjusted it. Yeah, so it's out of the price range that I trade, so I don't have that one in his bounce scan. Just give me a moment, guys. Comes it now 10:55. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just talking with sort of development about the issues I was seeing at the beginning. Well, APLD again, I'm in at what 157, so I'm not getting out of it out of boredom. You never know, out of nowhere it could start to move, but and it does have the room. I keep talking about this NCR, and I just didn't do anything about it. This NCR just keeps inching its way up and up and up. 10-day daily breakout. Now, you guys were talking about SIDU 380. Okay, so it really hasn't moved. When I say 380, it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout at 380 price, but it really hasn't moved from there. See, that's what the huge difference was, not yesterday and not today, of course. But and maybe I think maybe not Thursday and Friday, but for about the 2 weeks previous to that, we were seeing some incredible 10-day daily breakouts for these smaller low float stocks that just kept running and running and running. So, I mean, things change. That's why people want to build a scan, back test it, and think it's going to work forever. It doesn't happen. Well, this one is doing something. I didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. Didn't do any trading whatsoever. NGM, look at this NGM. It's gone through the 200-day moving average, which is 1620. So it's gone through the 200-day moving average. Just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any news on it today. Checking our news also, but I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. NGM. And you see, it's a relatively low float, 25 million in the float. So when we look left, what do we see? The next high looking left is 1769. It doesn't mean you take the trade right now and it's going to get to 1769, but let's see if it can settle a bit, and give us a better entry that rather than they're just trying to chase it. No, this has got nothing to do with what I bought today. No, no, these are just real-time alert windows, Chandru. These are just scans. The only thing I've done today is unfortunately, I took the IC and sort of scalped it out for about 8 cents, and now it ran on me, and I'm still in the APLD and at 157. That's it. These are alert windows. Okay, these are just your ideas. That's all they are. Completely botched the IC. Completely talked myself out of holding on to it. Well, let's take the APLD in the simulator. Okay, let's see if we get it running in the simulator. So let's take, just to show you how do you do it, you just click on the alert. It shows up. There's a symbol showing up. I'll take 500 shares. I'll buy it at the market. The spread's only a penny, so I can buy at the market, and then I send it. And now it'll take the trade in the simulator, okay? I'm actually in this in my real account too, but We'll talk just a little bit about money, money management. So when I trade, I actually look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. All right, I try to be highly selective. I've got a, my trading plan, such as it is. I have to have all my boxes checked before I will take a trade. But even if I think the trade should work, doesn't mean it's going to. So I always have a price I'm getting out of this trade. If it's not working for me, I'm going to put a stop here at 139 to make this math easy. You're going to see a red line up here on the chart, approximately minus 100, approximately. See, minus 101. Okay, so if the trade isn't working, I will always have a price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. It's that simple. I'm not going to get stubborn and think, well, just because I think it should work. The market is the market, guys. And so that's going to share size me, and it's also going to determine how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. Risking meaning, okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to risk dollar wise? $100, $500, $1,000 on the trade. Okay. Now, I hope this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, I should make sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. You have 5 losing trade, you're gone. So what I like to do is demonstrate risking $100 a trade in the simulator. That's why that says approximately minus 100. So that also share sizes me. Now I got in at 159. Remember, I know where my stop is. This is all set ahead of time. I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it doesn't work. And so the difference between 159 and 139 is 20 cents. If I'm risking, and what I like to do in the simulator is demonstrating a $100 risk per trade. If I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. If my risk was different, if it was a 10-cent risk, I could take 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents equals $100. So what you can do is you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. And what I do is I have the same approximate risk every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet with your risk amount. And then all you have to do then is input your entry and your stop. And of course, and then it'll calculate it and it'll tell you how many shares you can take. Okay, so my share size is different every trade. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. If you cannot make money in a simulator, it can be really, really hard to make money trading live. So practice, practice, practice. All you need is our standard service. It's possible, but why would you want to do that, Aaron? The question was, can I connect the simulator with a real broker? You can connect it to, say, IB or E-Trade, okay? I don't know about E-Trade, but certainly IB simulation, you can. But why not just use our simulator? They can make it easy. And I don't even know if we still support using the simulator and Interactive Brokers paper trader. Um, I haven't had a question like that in a long time. But it does use our real-time data. So you'll get a great idea using our simulator with our real-time data. So it's the simplest way to do it. And again, the simulator, it doesn't matter who you broke because you're not using a broker, you're using our real-time data. Okay, well, yeah, you don't have to go now, of course, but before if you're leaving now, I can give you the link. Michael won't be there until noon. Yeah, sometimes it's a little confusing. You hear me talking. I should always remember to. Oops, sorry, wrong link, wrong link. There is a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time, moderate at the same time. Okay, it's just not, and they see my screen, they hear me. It's just not as active as what I call the main room. Okay, there's a lot more activity in the main room. Okay, a lot more interaction among traders. Just not as much in the YouTube room. Yeah, actually starting to see some good movement now, guys. I'm just seeing these a little bit late, but with the market moving the way it is, boy, look at this market. Wow, that's a big, 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 big move. Okay, now there's the SIDU cracking that four. Okay, remember I was saying earlier it was showing up here 380, but it didn't really move. Now it's starting to move. That's on the 10-day daily breakout, and it's starting to win a race up here. So actually, this might turn into start to turn into a decent day. We start getting a nice trend like this. Now, just to go over what the races are all about, and you should go to our user guide and you should check out the TI stock races. Okay, I mean I'll explain a little bit, but you really should go to the user guide because it's pretty tells you virtually everything you have to know. There are a couple of videos and there's some text. Okay, what outlines what the races are all about. But in essence, races always start off with a top list window, okay? A top list window. So you may have a bunch of stocks that you want to follow based on, certain criteria. So in this particular top list window, and it's pretty broad. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum volume is at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from the close. So pretty broad. Okay, that's why you see quite a few symbols in here. So I want to run my race based on these filter requirements. Now, how do we run a race? Let me just duplicate this window. So in order to run a race, first of all, you notice I've got all these different column headers. I've got the change from the open. So first of all, let me explain. I'm going to click on, because every column header in a top list window is sortable. So right now, the way I've sorted it is at the top, I see the one with the biggest change from the open is SQL in this particular top list window. Okay. And the next one is EOSE, etc., all the way down. But by staring at this list, I can't really tell what is really moving. What's moving quickly? I can't tell. It's impossible. I mean, I suppose if I stared at this 21.4 and saw it go to 21.7 and then 21.9, but that'd be crazy to have to stare. And plus, how would I know if something down here, down where my eyes aren't really fixated on, because usually you're fixating on the ones near the top. Something could be moving down here really quickly and I wouldn't know about it. So how does the racing help? So this is how it helps. First of all, to launch a race, you just right click and launch the race. Now, if I elongate this window, a couple things, race lanes, okay? I think the default is 10, but if you stretch this window out, you can increase the number of cars that or symbols that you'll see if you want to do that. There's got to be a better way to do this down the road, but anyway. Now, here, the minutes to run the race. When you start a race, you pick how long you want the race to run. Now, I can't tell you how long you want it to run. I'm running 4-minute races. You know, you might want to run 3-minute races. You may want to run a 5-minute race or a 10-minute race, and I'll explain. I mean, there's no real reason why I picked 4. I knew I wanted more than 2 and less than 5, you know, in my head. So I picked 4, and that's it. There's nothing magical about it. Now, the key is, what are you going to base the race on? That's a little drop-down menu. And when you click that little down arrow, you'll see all of your column headers in the top list. They'll all be here, and that's what you're going to, you pick what you want the race to be based on. In this case, I want it to change from the open %. And the sort, I would always pick delta value. What that'll do is when a stock is starting to kind of move up the ladder, you'll see it moving up and you'll see it at the top. Okay, the change. Delta meaning, of course, change. I like to have the replace cars, because this is what happens as a car starts moving up. It'll replace a car on top of it and it'll keep moving up. That's what the replace cars does. Now, if you don't see show company logo, I guess that's a lot. I don't see show company logo. That means you're not you have to be on at least the beta. So you go to our website and you have to download the latest beta. Okay? Because otherwise you'll see race cars. If you want race cars, that's fine. And then auto rerun. I would check auto rerun. I think most people would want a new race to start once the race is over. You'd probably want the next race to start. Okay, so that's what auto rerun does. And now you're ready to go. You just click the button. The other thing to do is right click and show top 10 winners. That's what I like to do, show the top 10 winners. That's why we see in this column up here, you can see the upper right hand column, you'll see number 1, APLD with a 5 beside it. That means that APLD won a race 5 times today. NCNA is next, but it's tied. It won a race 5 times today. At the end of the day, if a stock keeps winning a race over and over again, you probably have to pay attention to it. Okay, in my opinion, anyway, makes sense. And at the end of the day, you'll probably can make a watch list then for the next day, maybe out of the top 3. Follow the top 3 tomorrow. Things like that. So what actually happens with the race? So think of it like this. Like any other race, there's a starting line, the gun goes off, and the race begins. So as I have this sorted right here with the SQL at the top, I can't tell though if SQL is moving or not. But what the race will tell me is that something, and SQL could start to move. It could be the one that keeps moving higher and higher and higher from the open, and the change from the open. But something down here could be just starting to move. Okay, and that's what the race does. It'll tell you a stock that is starting to move. Whereas you cannot possibly know that by just staring at in essence, a static list. I mean, it's not quite static, but it may as well be. So it kind of combines the best of an alert window and the top list window. The top list, in theory, you're creating a top list because these are stocks you want to be aware of. But, do you really want to be aware of, if I go all the way down here to TBPH, if it's not moving? No. But if TBPH way down here really starts to move, you'll see it in the race, because in relation to all the other stocks in the list, it's moving faster, just like a real race. Okay. And so at the end of the race, you'll have a winner. Now, it doesn't mean you have to wait for the race to be over before you act. If you see something starting to move, you just click on the alert and see what's happening. See, is it an interesting pattern that it's moving from? Does it have room when you look left on the daily and weekly and the monthly chart? Or maybe it's sort of more of a pullback. because the stock can have pulled back from the highs and then start moving. Okay, so it's a way to focus on one window all day with stocks that in theory should be interesting. So I would really encourage you to take a look at the guide, the TI Stock Racing, and learn a little bit more about it because it can really get you to focus just on one window. So this is, I mean, now, do I look at anything else? Yes, I do look at others, but you notice that I don't get too many alerts on my scans. Okay. I mean, this FFIE, it's been a repeat. Okay. So really, there have only been 3 different symbols on this bounce play from Zach and only one here. So, I mean, my focus is really not deviating too much from following what's happening in the race. But yes, I do have some other scans, but I'm not getting too many alerts. Look at the basic new highs, only 4, and only 4 today, none in the lows. Well, that kicked me out. The APLD, I hate it, so I'm gone. So I'm gone, APLD. Took a little loss on it. The minute it started approaching 150, I said, that's it for me. I mean, even, this I do. It's starting to get messy again, guys. Just not seeing the follow through on a lot of these. I was very interested in this one over 4. Luckily, I had to exit my APL T trade before I could get this one at 4. Okay, have you does it say simulator small steps in the box here? Because you're not connecting to a broker. You're using our real-time data. So remember the step is, can you see my screen? Right beside the ask, there's a box. And if it doesn't say simulator, let me start from scratch. I'll disconnect. So this is what you should see at the beginning. It'll probably say not connected. So when you click on sim, then that not connected should change to account. Okay, it will. Once it changes to account, you click on it and then a little box should pop up that says simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Did you see what I did? So it's the box right to the right of the ask. So if it says connected, I think you just had to click on it where it said connect, click on the connected, and then a little box will pop up and then click on the simulator. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. So again, if you, did that work for you? Just click on the connected. Just click where it says connected. And then that simulator box should pop up and then just click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Ah, son of a gun. I missed this nice short on Zach's topping scan for GFS. Let's see if the market reverses. So far, I mean, from 11 to 11:15, it kept moving higher, but let's see now. Okay, well, if you are connected, if it says simulator, then you should be good to go. If you know, you just click on an alert or a symbol. The symbol should show up. Pick how many shares and just if it's not working and it says simulator in that box, then I don't know how to help you. You're going to have to go to our tech support if I'm not understanding then. If it says simulator in the box, then you're in our simulator. Yeah, so Juan, it is, let's see, go to my home page. Question in our YouTube room was that scan from Zach. So if you go to my home page, Juan, and go to the scan section and just, it is called, it's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers, okay? Just go to the scan section and you'll find it. So small steps, are we okay? Are you in here that you're trying to do this? Okay, so you're not talking about taking the trade in here. You're talking about, yeah, so you're not talking about using this exactly. Okay, watch. I click that symbol in the top list. The symbol should NKTR. It shows up here. Here, when I say here. Now you just pick how many shares you want. You're talking about you're talking about using the buy button on the charts, or what are you talking about exactly? I'm all I'm demonstrating is a very simple way to use a simulator. When you click on an alert and you have simulator there, then you can manually pick how many shares you want. Yes, manually. If you're trying to set it up here, the buy, like on the chart and all, that's a little more complicated. Okay. You're trying to, because that involves you're having to set up a strategy and like, are you new to, I mean, if you're new to trading, because the only, are you, just answer me this though, are you trying to click the buy button on a chart to do all this? I mean, the simplest way to practice using the simulator is just what I said. Click on an alert, pick how many shares you want. Ah, okay, okay. Okay. See, I wouldn't do that to start. I see what you're saying now. So you're talking about this and by using 1,000, like I don't know what is set up. I haven't used this forever. I don't even know if that'll work. I'm sure it must work, but I then click the send. See, this is I think what you're talking about though is this trade and then buy using, see, these are things that you have to set up yourself. I mean, I guess these are defaults, but if you're just trying to use the simulator right now, I would just make it super simple at the beginning. This is not the way I trade at all. Okay, so because I don't buy the same number of shares, but even doing this, even doing that, it's not sending the order. So the reason I don't do anything like that is because I always want to click on the alert and I want to see what's happening before I take a trade. Okay. All right, guys. Oh, look at this little earnings play. EAF. Didn't see this one at all. Just straight up EAF earnings play. Here's the prison stock, GEO, guys, right at the 200-day moving average. GEO, another earnings play. Now, something's going on here. Okay, guys, I do apologize. This is not, I see what's happened. Sorry about that. Let me just do a reconfigure. GEO is not an earnings play. Not an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. Sorry. But GEO is moving up. It is. When I say a prison stock, it manages, well, you just have to read what it does, management of correctional detention, etc. Oh, shoot. All right, guys, give me a moment here. 11:32. So I'm going to find out who is going to be in our YouTube room, if it's going to be Michael or Chris. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. So HNST now is starting to revive itself. Had the news about Walmart pre-market. I got up to $4 and just completely faded. Now it's trying to move again. So there was no real big reversal, but that was a minor reversal. And now the market is just continuing to surge higher. It's possible. If you go to my homepage, you'd have to change the price range probably because if you go to my homepage, one of the scans I am sharing, I'm not using it right now, but one of the scans I am sharing is called gap continuation or reverse. Okay. I'll bring it up to show you what it looks like. I'm not using it right now, but that's okay. I'll just show you what it looks like and how you can make an adjustment. I don't know if shop would have shown up 100%, but okay, gap continuation or reverse. So this is what it looks like. So in here, there are 4 alert windows. Okay, this is a multi-strategy window. It's got 4 windows. You might want them all, but I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So if I hover over strategies, this box will pop up. So there's a gap up and go. So what that means is the stock gapped up and then it kept going. Now, does it mean it's going forever? Of course not. But gap down and reverse. So I don't know what shop did, but gap down and reverse means it gapped down and then reversed. And gap up and reverse. Whoops. Just gonna keep checking these. That means it gapped up and reversed. And then gap down and go meant it gapped down and it moved down. Based on that, again, this nothing that these does not mean that just because you get an alert that it says gap down and go, that it's going to continue to go down all day, of course. But at the time of the alert. So, well, let's take a look though. Well, there was a gap. Right? I'm pretty sure there was a gap. I mean, because the first print of the day was $34, okay? $34, and it closed at 32. So there was a gap. Just a minute. Okay, so I have to take off for about 5 minutes before, but that hopefully that helps. And you can take now if you don't want them all now. So there was a gap on shop. Okay, remember what the gap is? It's the first print of the day, but it may not have met the filter requirements. Okay, well, you can take a look at this. If you're looking for intraday reversals, then these are 2. A gap down and reverse and gap up and reverse. And if you want to break them out of you just have to open the alert window. Or if you take this and you don't care about like a gap up and go or a gap down and go, you just uncheck these 2 boxes. Okay, so remember it, okay? So you can take this. Now you can adjust it because you can go to the configure all and you might want a different price range as an example. Just go to my homepage, Iris. Okay, go to my homepage and it's there. It's called the gap down and reverse or gap reversals. Okay, just go to my homepage, go to my scan section. Okay, and it's called the gap continuation or reverse. So you can check whatever you want. So if you don't want to see a gap up and go or a gap down and go, but you want the gap down and reverse or gap up and reverse, then you just check, you keep these checked. But if you wanted to break it out, just hover over it and until the box pops out, and then you can open the alert window and then you can, do whatever you want in it. You might want to change the price range. You can click on configure. You'll see what it's looking for. You might want a different price range and all that. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys. Okay, guys. So, a gap up and go. So the stock gapped up and at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Doesn't mean again that something is going to just continue. Okay, AVDL, gap up and go. Now, this looks a lot different, but it's gapping up and now it's going. Remember, my trigger is always a new high for the day. Doesn't have to be your trigger. The UPST, gap up and reverse. Let's take a look at UPST. So at the time of the alert, remember this is at 10:20. Remember that stock had gapped up and then it reversed down. But now it is reversed again. So I mean, this is not, I wouldn't call this ideal, but that's what it looks for. Depends what you mean by a 10-minute correction. I mean, we've got change in 10 minutes, percent change in 10 minutes. So if you click on the change in 10 minutes to the upside as an example, that's what you're looking at. Change 10 minutes percent. So if you want it to change a certain percentage, at least in 10 minutes, minimum of whatever that is, 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever that number is, you can try. All you can do is experiment. Okay. Well, we do have a red green. Okay. We have I mean, if you're looking for red green, just go to the cross, go to our search, type in cross, and cross, you can say crossed above the open, below the open, or cross above the close, below the close. Okay. So that would be a trigger if you're looking for stocks that are, literally do a red to green either way, either from the open or the close. You can try that. Let me just see who's going to be in our YouTube room. You might want to go in YouTube. I mean, maybe, I don't know who's going to be there, if it's going to be Michael or Chris. They may have a better idea. Okay. But a percentage pullback, I mean, you can use the position in days range as an example, the position in the days range. And, so it's, if you want to pull back between say 40 and 60% or 20 and 30%, you can use the position in days range filter to find stocks that have pulled back like that. Unfortunately, I don't have any canned, because I don't do that. So I don't have a canned approach. Otherwise, of course, I would give it to you. But if you were looking for stocks that have pulled back, so if you use the position in range filter, so that gets you started. So position in range filter, add the filter. So if you want to say a minimum of it's pulled back 40%, but a max of 60%, or a minimum of 20% to a max of 30%, you can play around with that filter and see what sort of results you get, maybe as a top list. So you'll see stocks that have pulled back. And in order for them to be still strong stocks, maybe you want to say, well, they're still up a certain percent from the close. I do have something that you might like. Let me just try to find it. Okay, so biggest pullbacks on winners, okay? As an example. So just look at the filter I'm using. So the price still has to be up 3%, okay, from the open in this case. But you want to make it if you want to make it the close, yeah, that's up to you. But these are stocks that if you look at them, if it'll ever load. So you see, still a strong stock. Saidu is up 31%, but it's pulling back as an example. Okay. You just click on these alerts. So if you want this, I can give it to you and you can play around with that. So let me just do the share. Okay. And then you can also just flip it to get the biggest pull-ups from losers. Stocks that have been pulling up, as I call them anyway. Yeah, so small steps. So all I was saying is if you keep your risk amount the same every trade, then within Excel, again, I'm not going to show you. I mean, I'm assuming you have some Excel experience. Then all you have to do is put your entry price in. Create a column for entry and one for stop. Then have a column beside it to subtract, and then that number will divide into that, say 100, and that'll give you the share size that you take. I'm assuming you know some Excel. It's very simple to set up. It's not the loss calculations. It's how many share. It's basically share sizing you. So again, your entry and your stop, and so you type that in, and then everything else should be automatic. Then it'll automatically, tell you how many shares you should buy. Sorry, is what in my homepage, Zach? Well, no, see, smart stocks, that's not how I trade. I have the same loss. I have the same risk every trade. Okay. So whether it's $100 or $500 or, depending on your account size, I have the same risk amount per trade. If the trade doesn't work, I want to know how much I'm going to lose on the trade. Okay. So maybe Zach is putting something in the stocks only. You might want to look at that one, small steps. Maybe that'll help you also. But remember, I have the same risk per trade. Risk meaning how much am I willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? So that is a fixed amount. So again, to use this example, I mean that's why I took 500 shares to make the math easy. Because I have an entry of 159, I have a stop of 139, that's 20 cents. I'm risking $100 a trade, 20 cents into 100 is 500 shares. If that risk, if the difference between my entry and my stop was 10 cents, you'd be dividing 10 cents into $100, getting 1,000 shares as an example. So the share size is always going to vary depending on the difference in my entry and my stop. That's how I trade. I'm risking this. I don't risk $100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 500 the next. Okay. I attempt to risk the same amount per trade. That's how I trade. Not saying that's how anybody else has to, but that's how I trade. Okay, so it is Michael. It will be Michael in our YouTube room at noon in about 5 minutes or so. So what I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to listen to Michael talk. He was there yesterday. Again, he's a much bigger user of Brokerage Plus than I am. He also tends to back test his strategies. I don't do any of that. He also will talk at length about having a trading plan, before you start trading, having a trading plan. A trading plan, just like I sort of went over, how much, understand your risk. How much are you willing to risk per trade? How are you going to determine that risk? Things like that. What price range do you like to trade? What minimum volume do you like to trade? These are all things that you have to determine eventually. And when you first start out, you won't know. That's why you should practice in a simulator, to figure, you might say, yeah, I really like to be a gap continuation and reverse. Okay, well, try it. See what happens. Take some trades. See what happens. Adjust your filters. See what happens. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just going to, Michael will be here in about 5 minutes, I guess. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Michael may be able to help you with that. I mean, you can big moves. I mean, that's a gap up. Okay. Obviously, the first print of the day is the gap. And so if that's what you're talking about, but Michael may have something. Well, there's nothing, Teddy. There's nothing that's going to say starts to hold and doesn't drop any further. I mean, I'd love to be able to say, well, but there's nothing that's going to ever 100% do that. But Michael may have an idea. Okay. And he'll be there in a couple of minutes. but there's nothing that's going to say, okay, this is the bottom and it's never going to drop any further. But again, he may have a different idea, Teddy. So he'll be there in about a minute or so. Okay, you can ask him that question. Yeah, I'd be looking at something like STIM now, right now, at STIM as an example. You see how, I mean, it had this big pop in the pre-market way up almost to $5. It's pulled way back, but you can kind of see if it can take out, there's a bunch of action right around 420 or so. You know, if you stick a price alert around 421 and see if it takes that out, because then it might have a shot to start to get back. But you know, you want to see it on volume. So all you do is you just set a price alert. If it triggers, you know, if the price alert does trigger, then you click on it from your price alerts window and then check to see if there's volume though. If there's no volume, you know, forget about it. In other words, if you don't see any volume associated with the break of a certain level, more than likely it's just not going to continue going.
Hello, Barry.
Mr. Michael, maybe you can help Teddy. I will he's talking about consolidation and all that. Let me just get rid of my music. So you're doing a double. You're pulling a double today.
I'm pulling a double. I think I get paid double too, right? Isn't that how that works?
Well, Dan's on vacation right now, so I don't know.
Oh,
He doesn't want to dole out any extra money because he's on vacation. He's got to pay for that.
yeah. Let me
All right, my friend, you can take over
do.
now if you want. Sometimes, yeah, it's
I
noon, so you can take over.
I certainly will. Let me just click a couple buttons and here we go. So I
All
think
right,
that
so maybe
should be.
Teddy, as I say, Teddy's asked a couple of questions about consolidation, pulling back to consolidation. Maybe you can help him out. So I'll put myself on mute now and let you have at her.
All right. Have a good one. Just trying to size
Okay, guys, I'm
size
on
this one
now
right here.
my break.
I can still hear you, Barry. Just FYI. Boom. All right, that works. Okay, guys, just the speech right away that I give every time, but welcome. Next hour is just a live Q&A. Generally speaking, it's a different trader each and every time. Um, I'm just covering for Chris. He's just got some appointments and stuff that he ran off to yesterday and today. So generally speaking, you don't have to hear the same person twice in a row, but sometimes that will be the case. But the point is, for the next hour, it's just all about questions. And the more questions you guys ask, the less I'll waffle on about random stuff. Let's see.
Good.
All right, sorry, I was just setting something off there on the old Twitter box. Seeing a lot of highs, a little hellos. I'll put these in. Hello, everyone. Hello. We got some good vibes. We got some hellos.
Mute
This
my
one's a
video. It
little.
takes me about 2 minutes, so I'll take it live.
Can I mute him? Yeah, I can. Ha. I'll just ping him. Sorry, 1 second here. Left your mic on stream, so I muted it. Just in case he goes on like some sort of tirade about the earth being flat or something while he's gone. So All right. I love what you said yesterday, and I'm not talking about the 28 times that you said written and tested trading plan. You said uh, a scanner does not make a trading. Well, yeah. So the example I always give for this, and again, I appreciate the compliments. I do talk about a written and tested trading plan a lot because, again, I do mentoring of traders. I've done one-on-one sit downs. I've met all of the greats and talked to them. And again, it's just um, it is a truth. It is a universal trading truth that professional traders look at the market in a very mechanical way, and they all have trading plans related to that. And amateur traders, um, they want the scan, they want the system, they want the tool, they want this kind of stuff given to them, right? So it's a different mindset, it's a different mentality, and it's just one of those. I have not seen a consistently profitable trader for a length of time that does not have a plan that they've both written and tested. So I know I go on about it a lot, but the way I look at it is if I can stop, one trader, if I can change one trader's mindset and stop them from, losing a significant amount of money, then uh, you know, it's it's worth it, I think, ranting the same thing over again. But the example I use for the way a scanner doesn't make money, the trading plan does, is basically I am not handy in any way, shape, or form. This is just something I've accepted about myself. I'm very good at math. I'm not very good at writing. I'm not very um again, math, I'm not very handy in any way, right? You could give me the best tools and tell me to fix a roof, and I still wouldn't trust any human being living under that roof, right? And it's the same with the people who say, I need the scan, right? I need the thing. Give me the scan, and all of a sudden I'll make the money. And it's just doesn't work that way, right? You can take the best trader in the world and give him near no technology except live quotes, and that trader will do fine. And you can give the worst trader in the world the best tools and they'll do fine. And right, I consider best and worst by just, do they have the wherewithal and the time and the effort to make a trading plan, and do they then have the discipline to stick with that one trading plan and not to just jump around into everything on planet Earth, because right, that's what new people do, right? They just jump around. They say, "Oh, give me this scan. Oh, that's interesting." And okay, now I want this. And okay, now I want that. And jack of all trades, master of none kind of stuff. So um, I'm glad that got through to someone. I love to hear it. I certainly rant about it a lot. Market's up 2%. When will they crater? They don't have to. Right. I keep forgetting. Let me open up my here. I obviously don't use this when I'm just building stuff and trading stuff. Um, Area I'm watching, and this is just something that I've drawn out. I'm an anchored VWAP ban. I've been learning about this a lot from Brian Shannon. So, right, anchoring a VWAP from this low. Ooh, that's a big one. Be more like that. From this low right here, you can see it was resistance here, where I've got the arrows here. So depending, if we can close above this area, that's interesting. But we do have a lot. We also have this horizontal, right, prior uh, support now acting as resistance. We've got a lot going on in this area. So um, we need kind of a clean break and hold before I'd say we're anywhere near out of the woods, to be honest. The debate now is, right, at some point the market's going to recover, but is it going to be a V-shaped recovery like we've seen before? I don't really think so. Or is it going to be what they call a U-shaped recovery, which is just kind of more like this? I think it's probably going to be the latter, where we're not going to just rocket back up to all-time highs. We're going to have this kind of slow and choppy middle ground going on here. But yeah, I'm watching the close. If we can close above these prior zones that I have noted here, then I'll start to be interested. Until then, again, I said this yesterday for anyone here. This is just a bounce in a bear market until proven otherwise, right? Just like this was a bounce in a bear market, and this was a bounce in a bear market. If you go back in time and you look at, prior bear markets, look at 2000 and, just 2000, I guess, for the tech bubble. You look at 2008. The biggest bounces you get are in bear markets, right? During, because the market kind of, and I always talk about this, the market kind of goes up like this. It's slow and not very volatile in staircases, and then a lot of people think it goes down like this, but it doesn't. It goes down more like this, right? In volatile, in trading, we call them rip your face off rallies, where if you're caught in one of them, because a lot of people think, oh, if it's a bear market, you just take whatever long trading strategy you have and you short it, and that's fine. You can obviously err on the side of being short, but these rallies end up being 20-30%. So if you're short in them and you get caught, then you lose 20-30%, assuming you're not using any leverage. So uh, they say in bear markets, no one gets out around, kind of thing, right? Is TI working and incorporating the automatic into other brokerages? Yes. So currently, you can auto trade through Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. On the horizon is TradeStation and Alpaca. Alpaca is something that not a lot of people may have heard of, but they are a commission-free, algorithmic kind of only broker. Like, they don't really have a front end of their own. So we would act as their kind of front end. They're very interesting because they're built on high frequency technologies. So it just means that they're not routing your orders in a lot of the same way that other places are. And then at some point TDA as well. But just because we do our building in the open, we can say that TDA is not an us problem. TDA is an API disagreement, I guess, would be a way to put it, and that they're trying to work on, where some things like we would send out orders and the API wouldn't send back to us whether or not those orders would get filled. So that was kind of an interesting development as we were building them, because we built and we tested sending orders to TD, but then sometimes TD wouldn't send back to us, because just think of an API as just like a pipe that connects two softwares, right? It connects our software to TD's software. So in theory, the API should have a two-way flow, where it's like, okay, our software sends an order to the broker, and then the broker sends a confirmation to that order back. So things were happening where, it wasn't, that thing wasn't figuring it out, right? So we'll figure it out. I'm sure it's a solvable problem. It's just there's those API problems. Got a question. What is the best way to find intraday pullback swing trades? The best alerts. So the thing is, Roger, I'll tell you right now, there are no best alerts, right? So this is kind of going to go back to the trading plan rant that I've already done. I'll try not to do too much of, but what the best alert is the one that closely fits your written and tested trading plan. So there's tons of different ways to define pullbacks, but some people may want deep pullbacks, some people may want shallow pullbacks, some people may want pullbacks based off a moving average, some may want it based off an oscillator, some may want based off position and range, other may do candlestick setups, right? There's an infinite number of ways to skin that cat. So what you first need to do is not say which one's the best, because there is none. What you need to do is you need to say, what is my plan? And then give me what that is, like a nice, couple paragraph breakdown, and maybe we can help with that. But the thing that a lot of people don't understand, or they do, but they don't conceptualize, is that uh, trading is, and the markets as a whole are a self-correcting mechanism. So essentially that just means if there was a best way to do things, then that would then get taken advantage of. So I always use, for example, a uh, I always use the example of, let's just throw in a MACD. And let's say a MACD crossover like was the thing, right? This was the best. Let's just remove these and let's just slap on the MACD. And all of a sudden people said, hey, if you just trade this MACD, you'll make money. The theory being that when the orange line crosses the blue line, you buy, and then when it crosses back down, you sell. And let's say that was the ticket. That was the way you made money. Well, what would happen is there would be algorithms created that say, okay, well, I'm going to buy right before it crosses, and then I'm going to sell right before it crosses. And those algorithms would create buying pressure so that the person who trade the cross would get in late, right? And then what would happen is people would figure out that there's these algorithms that are front running these trades. So they would build algorithms to front run the front running of the trades, right? And you can see how this would kind of perpetuate until the fact that there was no edge in the MACD at all, which there is none, right? So it's a very, you have to understand that it's, if there was a best way to do it, then that's going to get worked out of the system. And the example that I always like to give for this is, and this could just be exclusive to me, but like 5-6 years ago, these frozen yogurt places popped up in my town where you go in and you pick your frozen yogurt and then you pick all your toppings for it, and right, you weigh it and you pay based off what you weigh, right? And one of them popped up in my city. And that was really, really popular because it was new and it was novel. And it's like, oh, this is interesting. Let's all go to this. And so it made a bunch of money. Then 5 more popped up right in the same area. And then all of a sudden, it was no longer novel. You could go get them anywhere, right? They started to have to compete on price. And then now most of them no longer exist. And trading works the same way, that if there was one way to make money, everybody would be doing it, and the act of everybody doing it would destroy the trading philosophy. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that to me that's a clear way to look at it, that there is no best. And that's why we really stress you have to develop a plan, because if you develop a plan that's specific to you, then that's going to be the best one, because then you can follow that plan very, very closely. Kind of keeping it to yourself and riding that out as it comes. But that's why you have to be kind of you have to adjust, right? And you have to have this plan. And it's not one of those that you could maybe have this plan. It's you either do the work and you have a plan, or you don't. And those are the two things. Then there was just a quick question because I think someone saw PLRX on my screen. This is just interesting to me. I want to see it kind of close up in the 2050 areas. I don't know what they do, but something happened here. There was some good news, and then we're just consolidating. So if we can close over this area and I can just dump a stop down here, I think that's going to be just an interesting shot to take. Would we ever add tick? We kind of do in a way. And what we do is we call it where is it? Compare count window. So you see where I am right here, where I go new and then compare count window. And we'll just open up one of these. So for this one, you can basically the tick, for just the people who don't know, who are listening, is just it's advancers versus decliner, right? It's basically how many stocks are having trades hitting the ask and how many stocks are having trades hitting the bid. And the theory just being that if a lot of people are hitting the ask, then they're buying the stock up, and a lot of people are hitting the bid, they're buying the stock down. So there's a lot of customization you can do with this compare count. You can load it with your own list. You can make it sector specific. You can make it market cap specific. You can make it volume specific. But what the output is just right here where it's going to show these advancers versus decliners in real time. So I just left this one blank. So it has a lot of data coming through. But at the same time, I can take a look at it and I can say, well, TTD is moving here. And this will go from the moment you start it. It won't go back in time, but from the moment you start it on. And just by looking at this ticker tape on the bottom, you can see how many stocks. Now, I have it as new high of day, low of day, but you could set it up as new 1 minute high or 1 minute low, or again, anything you want that's within trade ideas. So this might be something to play with to get the same kind of feel that you're looking for on the tick side of things. Well, let me scroll up there, Teddy. Find a stock that makes a big move either in pre-market and then drops and consolidates. So I'm going to show you how. And Teddy, I'd really, really suggest taking the Trade Ideas University courses if you haven't. They're great because they're videos and they're very well structured. So it teaches you the beginning to the advanced. But you're right, the search tab right here is going to be your friend, right? So you're looking for something that made a big move in the pre-market. So you can either do, you can search. We have our position in pre-market ranges. See, I don't know what you mean by a big move, right? These are all subjective kind of things. Or you can just look at gap, right? And then you say you don't want it, right? And you can specify what gap you want it at, and that you don't want something dropping but holding. So again, that's another subjective thing. So the thing you got to keep in mind when you're using trade ideas or any scanner, even if it's not trade ideas, is these subjective thoughts you're having, you have to turn into objective numbers, right? There's just no way around it because, right, we can't do up a bit in pre-market. Well, what does that mean to you? Does that mean 2%? Does it mean $2? Does it mean, right, above yesterday's high? Does it, right? All of these things have to be, and this is why the plan starts first and the scan starts second. But this is the way we can determine gaps. And then you can also look at, so I may look at this filter or alert right here if I were you, which is a false gap up retracement, which I think is mainly probably what you're after, where it's basically a stock that gaps up and it comes in a little bit to fill the gap and you define how much that is and then starts to move back up again. So I would take a look at this, but again, you need to quantify how big is the gap, how much of it do you want to allow the stock to come down into that gap, right? All of these things have to be heavily, heavily quantifiable, or right, they're just too subjective in nature to build a scan off of. And then you're looking for engulfing, right? So the other way. So if you're looking for engulfing, just type in engulfing. So we have a 30-minute engulfing, right? There's a bullish engulfing, there's a bearish engulfing, and then you also said doji. So you just type in doji. There's your 30-minute doji. And then you said relative volume of 2. So you just put in relative volume. And then when you add filter for things like this, you'll set your minimum volume to 2. So yeah, that last one with the bullish and bearish engulfing, just open up a new alert window, hit your search tab, and just type in engulf, and you'll see everything that we have. And if we don't have it there, you can certainly ask, but it just probably means that we don't have access to it at this time. My thoughts on CLR. It's interesting. Continental Resources. Oh, so this is going to be, so for stuff like this, you always want to look at and have an opinion on USO. Because USO is, if you look, USO, and let's just switch back and forth, CLR and USO, you can see these things are going to be really, really correlated. So if you're bullish on CLR or USO, then it may make sense to look at CLR. Right. And I kind of like it. You've got a bit of resistance back here in this area that you got to watch out for. But you got a little bull flag look going on. If you think oil is going to make another run, and the reason I know that, and this is just one thing I look at in our single stock window every time, is I don't need to know the ins and outs of the company, but I like to know what it does. So this is in oil and gas extraction. So their price is obviously going to be heavily tied to the price of oil and gas. If oil and gas goes up, then they're going to make some money, and if oil and gas goes down, then it won't make money. Right? It's like buying gold mining stocks and stuff like that. They're obviously going to have some correlation to the price of the underlying asset in which they play. Michael, knowing that I know now, what would you recommend as a first playbook trade in the market? See, again, that's and I know I'm being a buzzkill, and I really want to make it clear that I'm not trying to dodge anyone's questions here, but I think you guys learning how to ask these questions will help, right? So the problem with this question is you need way more information. Like, are you talking day trading? Are you talking swing trading? What time do you have allocate to trade? What do you find is your strength or weakness mentally? A book that I suggest that every trader reads is Thinking Fast and Slow by, sorry, always forget. Thinking Fast and Slow. There was two authors on this one. Psychology, nonfiction. Just give me the author. Daniel Kinnaman? Dan, I'm not going to pronounce that. Thinking Fast and Slow. That's all you need to know. Basically talks about how different people's brains work differently, right? Doesn't mean a fast thinker's good and a slow thinker's bad or anything, but just you process information differently. So, for example, I would be what the book classifies as a slow thinker. I'm very methodical in nature. So, what I would do as a first playbook trade, even if I'm talking about day trading, would have something to do with planning my trade the night before and looking for areas that I think that if a stock breaks, that would be a good buy. Someone who is more of a fast thinker may be more interested in gaps, right? And maybe more interested in playing kind of these shorter term trades or looking for volume spikes or something like this. So it really is a different monster entirely, right? Where depending on what it is that you do is going to determine what that is, right? Also, just basic things like what is your how much time do you have to devote to trading? Uh, when is that time that you have to devote to trading? Can you watch the market all day or only for the open and only for the close, right? So you see how these things just, there is no best or first or right. It has to be this kind of, which I know is not the answer people want, but it's difficult to kind of do. Uh, how often do I find myself morphing my plan as the market changes? Rarely. I rarely change my trading plans. Now, I may adjust them based off of volatility. I may adjust them based off of um, if something works. I have a series of different trading plans that I use. I always suggest new traders start with one until you master it and you're consistently profitable at that one and then kind of move from there. I have day trading and swing trading and all of these different styles that I do. I trade forex and crypto and um, but uh, changing them very rarely. Adjusting them based off volatility or something more common. It would be more common that I'd say, okay, we're in a choppy market. I'm going to take profits quicker than changing something entirely. Oh yeah, Teddy, for sure. Hang out here, learn, ask questions. The only reason I suggest the Trade Ideas University is because the problem is when you're here live, if I go over something too quick or something like that, Um, I would say both is great, and certainly come out here, ask questions. We're here to answer questions. I'm not going to deter you at all from asking questions. But what I like about TIU is that it's structured, so it kind of it guides you through the very, very, very basics of the program, and then takes you to the kind of the more advanced. And then also their videos. So at any point you can just go, listen, I'm going to pause this. I'm going to go, do something else, clear my head, do whatever, and then I'll come back later. So I like them as well. So what I would do is I would do the if personally, if I was learning the program, I would do the Trade Ideas University, and then I'd have a notepad and I'd write down things that they maybe went through that you didn't understand or something, and then come here for clarification of oh, I saw, it's taught by Steve and Andy and Jamie and all these guys. You could write something down and say, hey, uh Jamie did this, and this thing kind of confused me. Can he did a compare count window, which is something I opened up, and maybe didn't go into enough detail for me. This part of the compare count, can you look at that? Right. So kind of a Q&A after the lecture would be a way to do it. Right. Hello. Choppy market today. On what time frame do you think that there was a trend as opposed to chop? Um, for me, I'm mainly a swing trader. So I mainly look at just the daily charts and ignore all the other charts. So this is why I'm very, I have some intraday scalping techniques that I use, but mostly as a day trader, I kind of ignore the market until that last hour of the day is where I make most of my trading decisions in that last hour to half hour of the day, because I want to see where things close, right? So I talked about a PLRX, for example. I'm looking to see, and it doesn't look like it's going to, I'm looking to see a close up here, right? But if you wait until the close, you can't take a trade because the market's closed. And liquidity in a lot of these names just dry up entirely. So I will basically come back to PLRX at uh, Eastern, 3:30, 3 to 3:30 Eastern. That's when I act on all of my swing trades. And the same is for managing them, right? I have a bunch of swing trades on right now, a lot. Uh, UTHR, I have UTHR from here in 220, right? And my current plan with UTHR is if we close below this area, that's I'm going to get out. So you can see it dropped below that area a few times during the day and then bounced back up. So I'll look at UTHR on the close and decide whether or not I want to be out of that entirely. I'm in MVIS, right? And I bought MVIS yesterday, somewhere. I think I'm real break even on it, right? If it closes under this price, that's where I'm going to be out. So I do all of this assessment from a close to close basis, right? What else do I have? I'm in ALLO, ALLO. I'm in ALLO from right here. This day that it dropped lower and then spiked higher, I'm in from right there. Basically, if we close back under this prior resistance, I'll get out. So again, I just always reassess these things every day on the close. But that's my trading plan, is to kind of do other things and focus on my swing trades if and only if they close at an interesting level, right? Is there alert? If the alert is for daily candles, when does the alert fire for today's candle? Well, it would just be whenever that situation is met, right? So, for something like a new high of day, that would just be instantly on breaking of a prior high. Uh, so it's going to be just very alert dependent. So another thing, and this might be something you want to check out too, is so let me go in and just look at an alert, and I'll just put in daily. Right, so this one's cross above daily resistance. So that's going to trigger as, right, there's a in the system we have whatever the daily resistance level is. When that gets crossed, that will trigger. But if I want to know specifically what each alert, how it acts, I can always highlight it and click help, and this will actually take a second. So just bear with. It's a big website it loads, but it always takes you to this website where there's a nice kind of English definition of exactly how the alert is calculated, when it triggers, that kind of stuff. So if there's one you want to dive in and just like learn more about, then that's a great way to do it. Another way you can get there is to right click on an alert and click help, and it will take you to the same website. Just give it time, especially depending on the speed of your computer, because it has a written definition. That's why I would say, right, wait till you have a question, because it's got a written definition of all of this. So it's a big website, and I certainly wouldn't suggest reading it all unless you're a real glutton for information. Spy seems to still pushing up here. It'll be interesting to see if we can clear these levels, right? If you do just a little bit of candlestick analysis, right? We were up here and then we sold back down, and then we came back up here and we sold back down. So the question is, can we hold, right? Put those sellers in a loss before we kind of push up and continue higher. H&R Block is hilarious to me. Like, look at this for H&R Block. Look at this thing. Like H&R, like this looks like a pharmaceutical company, and it's H&R Block. It's been on TI strength since way, way back here. I still have a little tiny bit. Honestly, did not expect. Right, I think it showed up on TI strength after this candle, and I bought a little bit there, and I think I sold like most of it right there, because it's one of those. I'm like, I was up like 15% on H&R Block. I'm like, this thing can't go any higher. It's H&R Block, for Jesus' sake. Shows what I know. Do I believe a big trading firm can artificially inflate the volume shown in a candle? Oh, of course they could. Question is, why would they? Right? The only way they could do it would be to buy or sell um, a whole bunch of that stock. So that means they're either going to be really, really long or really, really short that stock. So other than that, I don't see a reason to it. So they certainly could. Um, Short term prices can certainly be manipulated. Long term, however, they generally revert back to a mean. And if you're buying, right, if I'm gonna, I don't know, let's use H&R Block for example. If I'm gonna short what the market cap of this is $6 billion company. So I'm going to short $1 billion worth of it. And I'm going to do it aggressively to inflate the volume and to push the price down. Well, that will work, right? If I just shorted $1 billion worth of H&R Block, this thing tanks for sure. But then what? Right? Then I'm short $1 billion worth of H&R Block and I have to buy it. Right? So what would end up happening is that this sells, and then all of a sudden, as it's tanking, everyone looks and says, well, there's no news and there's nothing that's really hurt H&R Block. So that just means it's probably selling because of someone pushing through a big order. So the entire market collectively would take the other side of that trade. And right now I need to buy this thing and there's no sellers. So can they? Yes. Right. Is there any reason to? Not really. Generally speaking, it's completely the other way around, right? If I'm trying to get into, for example, I have some theory. I don't know. Let's come up with a theory why H&R Block could go down. I think that these self-filing tax systems are going to completely beat the hell out of H&R Block. Right? That's my theory. Is that in a few years you're going to have there's some AI program in development that's just going to like have a chat with you and then file your taxes for you. So I want to short H&R Block. Well, would I want to do that aggressively in the way I just described? No, right? I would. And this is why, right, you never see what the big guys are doing because they're not dumb, right? So I would work into a position. I would sit down with either a computer program that I have to algorithmically fill the trades or my desk of traders if I'm a big firm and say, hey, right, I think H&R Block is done and this is really overinflated. I want you to short $1 billion worth of it. Right? They're going to do that over the next few weeks and they're going to do it carefully and they're going to do it slowly and they're going to do it in a way that nobody knows because again, as soon as the news gets out, if anyone found out that I needed to short all of these shares, they're going to go through and they're going to short it before me, right? It's actually one thing I used to do. It actually, I credit this for paying off my university because I started to trade before there was a lot of these algorithms that would just randomly distribute your trades across a series of days. I would look for we back when the level 2 was real and wasn't just a bunch of robots fighting against each other. If you saw big bids and big offers and people showing their hands of what they wanted to do with the stock through tape reading, you would ride their direction, right? They would have to because there was no such thing as iceberg orders and dark pools and all this HFT trading and all this kind of stuff. They would often have to show their hands. And then what I would do is front run them. And because that's the market, right? It is always important to keep in mind that the market is fiercely competitive. A lot of people, and I think this is a lot of the Wall Street bet stuff. That's the problem. A lot of people are like, it's retail versus hedge fund, or it's retail versus institutional, or it's retail versus prop, or whatever. And that's just can't be further from the truth and is kind of just completely horseshit, right? If I'm a hedge fund, I'm not with another hedge fund. My job is to kick that guy's ass and take his clients into my hedge fund. If I'm a trading firm, I want to beat the hell out of the other trading firms that are out there. And then within the trading firms, you have traders that are generally compensated based off their own performance and their own performance only. So those are always competing against each other. So, the market is kind of the purest form of capitalism in the fact that everybody is out for their own self-interest. So again, long answer to your simple question, but yeah, they definitely could artificially inflate a volume of a candle. But if anyone saw them do it, they would take advantage of them so hard. And this is just one of those things. This isn't speculation. I know this for a fact. Right? I worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years. They are always trying to eat each other's lunch and for pennies, right? If one guy wants to buy a bunch of H&R Block and the other guy wants to sell a bunch of H&R Block, they are fighting each other to try to get, the if basis points, right? If I can get 10 basis points out of this other guy, I'm going to consider it a win. It's a very, very competitive industry, which is why I always kind of tote that, people that think that it's just going to be as easy as, give me the scan and I'll make a bunch of money. I'm like, right? You're competing against everyone else who eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff, right? Make sure you're okay with putting in the work required. So yeah, this is going to come back to, you should first have a trading plan for what it is that you define as good swing trading stocks, and you've tested that, and then you find things that meet those scans. Now, what I use a lot is TI Strength. It's an algorithmic way to kind of decide what are the strongest and weakest stocks in the market. I'm biased because I created the algorithm, so I use this a lot. I combine this with basic kind of technical analysis and uh, a anchored VWAP analysis. I'm using a lot more of anchored VWAP analysis. So that's kind of long and short of how I do things. But the screener you use should be based off define things based off your trading plan, not the other way around, right? Basically, how do I limit the number of stock analyze from the universe? Well, I don't really limit the number of stocks. I'm a bit of a junkie through forex, crypto, ETFs, individual stocks. I probably hit a couple hundred charts a night, so I go through a lot, which I think there's a lot of benefit for. It just by putting in the work. I think there's a lot of benefit there to that. But again, how you do it is you say, right, for example, a sample trading plan may say, I trade bull flags on the daily chart. I want to see a break of clear resistance to enter, and then I'm going to put my stop under the low of the flag. So then you go, okay, well, so that's my trading plan. I've written it, I've tested it, I've done some simulation on it. It works. And it's so then you go, okay, well, so then you say you're going to focus on the bull flag scanner. And you go in, we have one in the Market Explorer that just looks for bull flags. If you're someone that says, I like to trade moving average crossovers, and here's my entry and here's my exit, and blah, 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 then you create a scanner for the moving average crossover. If it always has to start with what is my trading style, followed by this is the thing I'm going to trade. Right? It's this. You are the guy building the house, right? You're the architect, you're the planner, you know what the house is going to look like, all that stuff. The scanner is just the hammer and nails, right? That's what you got to understand is the scanner is the tool to make your job building the thing that you planned easier. So make sure you look at it from that perspective of this is what I trade. Now let me find a scan that will help me with that, right? For me, I trade a lot of relative strength. So that's why I like TI Strength. I want to find at all points what are the strongest names in the market, because my theory on trading is that that's going to give me a better chance to get in some of these. And then I combine that with technical analysis and looking at where support and resistance is in the stock and go from there. Some people have a theory of they want to buy things that are oversold. So they would build a scanner of oversold things, and then maybe they combine that with trying to buy oversold things at levels of support, right? So, it's what's the old saying with economists, right? You put 10 economists in a room and you ask them to forecast GDP and you get 15 results. Right? Everyone looks at the market different. So it's important that you look at it in a certain way and then you find something to help you with the work, right? Which is what these tools do. They limit that work. Because yeah, for me, if it wasn't for trade ideas, I couldn't do anything else with my life, because I would probably have to go through like 5,000 charts a day to find things that meet my style. But if I didn't have a trading style, I wouldn't know where to start. It's such a robust program. Do you think dark pools and option flows peak behind large institutions? No. You got it again. So the thing with option flow, and again, if you've got a trading style that uses any of these and it works for you, right? I always preface that, have at it, right? I'm not gonna disparage that, but every time there's a large option buy, it also means there's a large option sell. So a lot of people go, oh, look, somebody bought, uh, $20 million worth of, or, $100 million worth of call options on LNTH at $72. Therefore, it's going to go up. And I always go, hold on. That means someone else sold $100 million worth of call options on LNTH, and 85% of all options expire worthless. So who do we think the smart money is, right? Do we think it's the guy who bought the options, or do we think a guy sold the options? And then you never know for what reason they made the options purchase, right? Did they, are they short a whole bunch of LNTH and they bought those options as a way to hedge their position? Right? Is the guy who sold all of those LNTH options, is he long and he's writing covered calls? So without knowing the reason behind these things, it's again, they can be data points, but I would say take the data points and combine them with your trading plan and your technical analysis, right? So, I would look at this, and I would, if that our hypothetical of someone buying a whole bunch of $72 call options in this thing, I would look at it and say, okay, well, that unusual activity is a reason for me to look at the stock, but it's one of those things in which then I'm going to look at the stock and I'm going to do my own analysis and run it through my trading plan and see if it's something that's interesting to me. So just like you could say an RSI being oversold is a reason to look at a stock, and then technical analysis should be a reason to play it. Just like someone like Barry, who trades intraday, may say, okay, this news event is a reason to look at the stock, but he's not just going to buy it. Then he's going to wait for some sort of setup that he likes in order to buy it, right? What are the point of options if they almost all expire worthless? Well, the almost all expiring worthless is just a mathematical fact, right? So that's not a, you can check that yourself. There's just they just do. Because mainly options are meant as a hedging tool, right? So the easiest way to look at it is for insurance policies. So instead of on LNTH, our call option thing, let's just say put options. Let's just say, hey, someone keeps buying put options at $60 a share, but the person's long. Well, they're buying this as an insurance policy. So they're basically paying somebody a certain amount to lock in, the same as you would pay an insurance principal, right? If they're generally bullish on the stock, but say there's a news event coming out. This is a diagnostic company. So say there's some sort of phase 3 trial coming up. Well, they can buy options. Then they don't have to sell their stock. They can still continue to get the upside if they're right and long. But if the stock tanks and just craters, it comes out with really bad results and it goes down to $10, well, they have the option to sell it because they own those put options for $60. So that's the easiest way to look at it, right? And then you can also do it for income generation, right? There's covered call strategies in which if you own a stock and you think it's a good stock, Maybe it pays you a good dividend. You don't want to sell it for tax reasons or whatever. Who knows? You can write calls against it, and you can make a little bit of an extra income doing that. Tons and tons of different reasons for them. Just massive amounts. The problem is they've been kind of co-opted by people who don't really understand them, and they use them to make bets. They use them to make lotto tickets, which, right, if you go on Wall Street Bets or something, they're always buying these short dated options and hopes to make a bunch of money, not knowing that, again, it's a mathematical fact that most of them, 80% plus, expire worthless. So every time an AMC and or a GME gets crazy and all of these people go in and buy a bunch of options, you got to remember there's the other side of that coin that's selling them those options and rubbing their hands and laughing and saying, "Well, I now get to keep this premium that you're spending, knowing that almost certainly that this thing is going to expire worthless. And if not, I can just cap it with a higher priced or an outdated option." There's, again, it's a very advanced topic. I always say people who are interested in trading options, you first have to learn to trade stocks, because the problem with options, a lot of people think that it's easier in some way, because the amount of money you have to outlay is less. But the problem with options is you need to be both directionally correct and time wise correct, right? So say, I don't know, let's use Hood for example. Let's say I think, and this is something that I'm kind of looking at. Let me say I think that Hood got cheap, right? It's a $7 billion market cap company with 12 billion dollars in cash. So let's just say I'm using that, and again, we have all this data right up here. You can customize this. So this has more cash than the company is worth, right? Even if you subtract their $2 billion worth of debt, right? They've got $12 billion of net cash, and they're only worth 8 billion. So I'm going to use that as my synopsis for um, Hood being cheap. So then I'm going to use my technical analysis. I'm going to say, hey, right, if this thing gets over $10, seems to be an important level, I'll buy it at $10. I'll buy it over $10. Right now, that's just a directional bet, right? I'm making a directional bet on a stock. If I now need to incorporate options in it, I need to then say, okay, and it has to happen in X period of time. So if it breaks $10, I'm going to buy, say, the $10 call. I'm going to buy the $10 call option. That's going to expire in a month. So now I have a month for this thing to get going. So now I've added another level to my trade. Now it's not just, hey, I think this is going to have a floor where it is because it's a cheap company and I'm going to buy some of it. Now I'm going to say, hey, I got to be right in a certain period of time. So as a trader, you need to say, is that worth, because the benefit you get from options is the leverage. So is that worth the leverage component? And answer could certainly be yes. Could definitely be no, right? It's just going to be entirely up to you. So there's a lot of points to options. There's a lot of reasons for them, but what they're not is just I look at someone buying a big option, therefore the stock's going to go there, right? It's just not.
Well,
Again,
Michael, I'm sorry, I got to cut in here because I've just decided to cancel my Option 101 course now that I've learned everything about options from you. Seriously, though, I never really thought of it in those terms. I think I traded an option once about 10 years ago, and that's about it. But I never really thought about it in those terms. Very interesting.
well, it's funny. So I have so all of I got a whole bunch of letters after my name, right? CMT, CAIA, CDMS. Two of those designations are actually based off derivative security trading, and I don't even do it that much. So it's one of those things that I probably have 4 years of post-secondary derivative education and still like scratch the surface of it. They're really, really complicated.
Yeah.
I've always loved the concept of being the premium seller though. And I know this is something that Sean used to work with us and does over at All Star Options now, does a lot of and really really likes. You basically you join the 80% of options that expire worthless, but like with anything in trading, there's no free lunch. You cap your upside. So you really really increase your risk of or your rate of being correct goes through the roof. But in return, if you sell an option and you make $1,000 from the premium of that option, that's all you can make, right? Regardless of whether the stock goes to zero or a million, you're capped. But you have, because most options expire worthless, you have way more of a chance that even if you're directionally wrong. So in my hood example, just I'll rant for a little bit longer,
Yeah,
but
go ahead. Go
in
ahead.
my hood example, right? If I say, hey, this thing's got a floor on it because of it's got a lot of cash on hand, right? And it's, I think it's going to be a buyout target. I could just sell $7.50 put options and rake in that premium if that's what uh if that's what I think, that there's a floor. And every time I do that, I don't have an options chain open on here, but I'll probably make, say for every I'll probably make a couple $100 a month or a couple $1,000 a month, depending on how much I want to risk. The problem is if someone comes out like the guy, Sam Bankman Fried, the FTX guy, he seems to be buying everything. If he comes out and he buys Robinhood for $15 tomorrow, well, I'm only going to make the premium I collected, right?
Mhm.
And this is actually, a lot of people get shocked by this, but this is actually how Warren Buffett enters a lot of his positions, because he's a value guy and he tries to buy things that he thinks are undervalued and dropping. He sells a lot of put options because the theory being that if it drops below 750, I have to buy it at 750, but that's okay because I was planning on buying it anyway. And I still get to collect the premium, right? So there's two sides to the coin, and people get lured in by the option buying side because that's where you can make the big money, right? You buy a $10 call and it goes to $30 in a month, right? You're going to make, 30,000 times
Right.
your outlay capital. But, again, the market's smart. So it's priced in that. So it's, people get lured in by, it's basically, do you want to be the guy selling the insurance or the guy buying the insurance? That's the way I always look at it.
And so the guy selling the insurance is, of course, only going to get nailed if enough, just like any insurance company is, they're hoping that there's no real disasters they have to pay out on. And so that's the whole basis. So that's what you're kind of saying with selling options, like in that regard.
Yeah, and you can cap that maximum loss if you sell a spread. Which means selling an option and then buying a cheaper option, and you make the difference. But yeah, the idea is that you do your own analysis, and you sell these options, and right. So an option seller equity curve would kind of look like this, where it'd be pretty straight up, and then every now and then you're going to get dinged, right? And
Hmm.
then right, so your losses are going to hurt, but they're going to be infrequent. And unlike an insurance salesman, the one cool thing about options is that you can always get out of the position at any time, right? So if Hood, for example, you can put a stop loss and say, hey, I'm going to sell this put option. And as time goes on, I'm going to make more and more money. But if Hood breaks this certain level, I'm going to get out of that option for whatever I can and make that money back. Or worst case scenario, I buy Hood at 750, which is where I'm writing the option at.
Right. Interesting. I will stick to stocks, and you know, you're right. I mean, if after 4 years with all the letters you've got, and you're still not, 100% committed to doing it, that just kind of tells me something.
Yeah, well, there's a lot. It's like anything with trading though. There's a lot to it. It's just all about, right, having most people, I would say, even someone like Sean who trades options and teaches options and all this, there's probably a bunch of stuff that he doesn't know, but he doesn't care because he's got his, his bread and butter strategies, and he sticks to those and kind of
He's got
shuts
his
off
trading
everything
plan.
else.
He's got his trading plan for doing options.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun. I really enjoyed listening to you. I'm serious. It was really interesting, especially when you said that 85% basically expire worthless, and because most of the option trading is hedging, one way or the other. So that makes a lot of sense.
Hedging and lotto tickets, right? You got to remember. I remember there was one guy on Reddit in the first GME craze, who bought, like, I think it was $100,000 worth of like $800
Oh yeah,
call options, right?
yeah, yeah,
Just a bet. Like, if the squeeze happened, that dude would have been like a billionaire, right?
yeah.
But so yeah, it's usually either hedging or just people just making insane bets. So the guy who sold that $100,000 worth of $800 GME call basically made a free $100,000.
Yeah.
Right. But anyway, Barry,
All
I'm
right.
gonna take off. We got a
Okay, my
marketing
friend. We'll
meeting,
probably
so
see you at 2.
I will see you then. Have a good one.
Okay. Okay. Bye bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in. Let's see. I've got my screen going. Let me get my music going. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Interesting chatting with Michael in our YouTube room about options, etc. Now, I've been been a little bit busy during my break. I got back into the APLD. I'm out of it again on that 160 break. On the 160 break, so I took it and hemmed and hawed about whether I was going to hold it. Got out most of it. Not I didn't make that much, but I got most of it around the 172 mark. I also took some of the SIDU, and I'll show you why I took the SIDU. Remember last week or the week before we were talking about the 10 the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So let me just bring up this chart in a big fashion. Okay, let me bring up SIDU. So you see there's the 10 SMA. That blue line is the 10 SMA, and it kept bumping into it. So I ended up taking the trade. It was right about here, right around the low, I think it was around 370. Let me just check. 372-ish. Okay. Now I've traded out of it. Again, I don't trust any of these stupid things. Okay, these little guys. 6.8 million in the float. And we've got some topping tails here, so there's certainly some downward pressure. So I ended up taking this one, made a little bit of money, just and then the other one, and I'm still in this one, and it's the same principle, the NCNA, and I don't expect much out of it. Believe me, I don't expect much out of it, but kind of testing this whole idea of the 10 SMA holding. And you see again, look at that blue line. There's the 10 SMA. And so I ended up taking this trade right about in this area. I think it was looking at my but 174. So I mean, I'm not up much, but you know what? Maybe it gets up to the mid 180s. So now the other one, guys, I had a difficulty. I could not get a fill on an AVDL short. Now, I was looking at this one from Zach's topping scan, okay, AVDL, and I was trying to get it. And it's, there's plenty of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I'm just wondering if anybody else had the same issue. And I was going right in at the bid and could not get a fill. They just would not fill me. And I was hanging at the bid for quite a while. I tried here, I think at 496. I tried at 494. I tried at 490, and I just gave up. And it's there were plenty of shorts available. Just kind of perplexed to know, and of course it's not down 10%, it's still way up. So I just could not get a fill on and there are 158,000 shares available Interactive Brokers. So yeah, a little bit busy in the during my break. Nothing spectacular. again, I'm just watching the SIDU and the NCNA, see if it has any bigger of a move. Excuse me. And you can see, there's NCNA and SIDU 2 and 3, and there's the APLD number 1. So, that's why, my focus was on these 3, just to see if there's anything going to happen. Meta hit. Well, it's going to be very hard. Oh, I see. So actually, Meta was going up. I thought you meant so it hit on the way down a little bit. But boy, is that a nice run? At least on the Google PR, right? Okay. Do I know where to see the target order price when you add it in B plus? The target order. So you're talking about, okay, if you took the trade and you've got your target at a certain price, you want to see where that target is. You would see it on the chart though, wouldn't you? Because I'm not sure where you would see it in the orders. So I think my answer to you is no. Yeah, it's not absolutely a buyout unless something has changed. There was the rumor, okay, of a buyout unless something has changed. And now maybe it has changed because the shares are halted on news pending. At the beginning of the day, though, it was the conjecture was that this was going to be that there were, the rumor was that there was going to be a buyout. But now that it's been halted, maybe that is going to be firmed up, as Zach is saying. But this was not an official buyout up here. I don't know what's happening with Interactive Brokers and their news. It's ticking me off a little bit. The reason I say that is that when I saw this in the pre-market and I looked at the news and it was, there is a rumor afloat that this company was looking to buy WFG, absolutely, but it certainly was not. There's a buyout. Here's the price, etc. Okay, so let's do it, Ija. Let me let's take a trade and I'll add the target order. I mean, I'll see it right on the chart. I know that, but let's just see. Let's just take a trade in. The question is from our YouTube room about a target order. Where can you see it? So I'll take this trade. And let me make sure I'll be able to see it. Okay, let's just say I'll take 500 shares. Okay, or 500 shares of it. I'll go in right at the ask. Send the order. Just have to wait for it to appear. Okay, so now I can add the target, add the target order, and so I want to make sure I can see it. So let me get rid of the. There we go. So let me put the target order at the target at 160. I think I know what you're going to say though. So we should see that right on the screen, right on the chart. So there it is. Okay. Now, what you're saying is, where do you see it? So I see it here. So I see it in the orders. I see a sell of 500 at 160 as an example. I'm not sure that answers your question, but does that answer your question, Ija? So I see it on the chart the minute I add the target order, and I can also see it if I go to orders. I can see the sell. Ah, okay. How can I help you then if it's not showing? Does yours look the same as mine, Ija? And I'm talking with somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, good. You guys were talking about DMTK. I see it here in the increasing relative volume. All right, so here's TXMD as an example, guys, as an example. So TXMD, let's bring out a big chart. And again, this is not a recommendation, but for those of you who are interested in pullbacks and things like that. So I see TXMD up here, so I clicked on it. You know, that's the only reason I clicked on it. So let's take, let me get I have to type it in because I don't have symbol linking, I think, on the big chart here. So let's take a look at TXMD, all right? So look at the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and it's starting to approach it. So the theory, I mean, you know, if you guys know Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he's actually got a scan. I don't use the scan because it doesn't get very many alerts, but just eyeballing when, you know, TXMD, if it gets closer and closer, and it's not that far away really from this 10 SMA, a lot of times, you know, that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart will provide a bit of a bounce. Okay, a bit of a bounce. And that's why I took the SIDU, and that's why I took the NCNA. So I would have liked to seen this get maybe just a little bit closer. So, you know, what you can do then is on your 15-minute chart, put the 10 SMA, and then you'll, you know, color it, of course, in certain color. So you'll, and that's why I eliminated everything else. I just wanted to really be able to focus on where that 10 SMA was. Now, do I trade like that all the time? If I see it, you know, if I'm aware that it's happening, you know, it's now look what's happening. It's now, is it 100% certainty that this is going to bounce off the 10 SMA? Of course not. You know, but what I would do is if it broke down below the 10 SMA and then it got above it, you know, I might take the trade, and with the stop being the low of that candle, and see what happens. You know, so there's something that, you know, for those of you who really want to play pullbacks, you know, maybe put the 10 SMA on your 15-minute chart. And, you know, when you're clicking on alerts, it's not that you have to have a scan that's going to show you this. It's just that when you're clicking on alerts, just see where it is, especially if it's starting to pull back. Like Steve would never take a trade up here. He would never ever. He would wait for this to happen, and if it doesn't happen, then he doesn't take the trade. And to Michael's point, you guys had him both on Monday and Tuesday in the YouTube room. I mean, I know it might sound not boring or anything like that, but you've got to have a trading plan. So that could be a trading plan for somebody. I will only take a trade, if a stock pop hits the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. I'll only take a trade then. And that could be your trading plan, with a certain price range, volume, and all of that. Steve Gomez, he'll be in the room tomorrow, Teddy. Actually, on Thursday. He's just another trader at Trade Ideas. And so it may be a very boring trading plan because you may not get many opportunities over the course of the day. But if it, I'm one anyway who I don't like to trade all. I don't like to take lots and lots of trades all day long. 4 or 5 trades a day is fine for me. But that could be an example of a trading plan. That's what I like to see. And let's see how it works. I mean, if you take these trades constantly and none of them work, well then you've got to do something. Obviously, maybe this sort of a trading plan only works in a certain type of a market. Who knows? But I know Michael hammers the point home. You have to, and the problem is when you first start out trading, you don't know anything. You don't know what you might like. I get it. But that's why we have the simulator. So what I'm just telling you right now, take some trades like this and see what happens. See if it starts making sense. Does that make sense to your style of, because that's a very patient trade. You may not get many alerts during the day. Maybe that doesn't match your personality. We've got people in the main trading room that, I mean, they go crazy if they only took 2 or 3 trades a day. They would, William. Oh, seriously. Yeah, well, I would say solars. Yeah, I mean solars and EV. I mean EV. I mean that's all about it, isn't it? EV and solars, and anything to, in theory, reduce oil. So let's take a look at TAN as an example. Okay, so TAN was the trade of the week last week, and it didn't. I don't want to say it didn't work because it didn't trigger. But this is a solar ETF. So don't matter, Zach. Doesn't matter. That's not the perception, right? So as you know, it's all about perception. So Teddy, that's I know you're kind of new still, but in the YouTube room, typically we have five different traders that take turns between the 12 and 1 hour when I take my break. Now, again, Chris couldn't make it either today or yesterday. Normally he'd be there yesterday, and then it's Michael today, and then tomorrow it'll be Jamie. Jamie's another trader. Thursday it'll be Steve. And then on Friday, it'll be Andy. I think Andy's back from his vacation. So that's the typical rotation. And, all the traders have different styles. So here's an example of Wolf, WULF. There's that 10 SMA, but it broke down below it. So maybe now that's a short. It doesn't look like it wants to recover. So maybe that's a good an example of something you might want to take a look at shorting, WLF. I mean, there's some support. It doesn't, to me, I mean, I don't think there's enough room. To me, there looks like could be some support right around 160 and then 150. But if there was a lot of room underneath, in other words, it's almost a straight shot till I see to what I would see as some support, this could be a good short because it broke down through that 10 SMA. And exactly. Well, that's it though, Teddy. I mean, you can watch others and see what they're doing. I am obviously I'm way more of an intraday trader. I mean, I'm almost exclusively. I don't swing trade. I rarely swing trade, and it's just that's just a decision that I've made and how I want to trade. This is an interesting one right now, guys. Arlo. Look at Arlo. Whoops, I just accidentally. Look at Arlo. Just over 7, a little bit of a pop over at 7. Some volume came in, but more important, am I wrong? Ah, shoot. I thought it was more of a straight shot to the 750 mark, but there's that 713 and then 732. So that 713 could stall it. I just wish if that weren't there on the daily chart and it was more of a straight shot to 750, I'd probably take this trade and put a 7 stop and see what happens. So again, Teddy, for you, you have to make up your mind whether or not you want to be. I mean, you don't have to be exclusively one or the other, of course, but do you have more of a swing trading temperament or do you have more of a day trading temperament? Now, swing trading in this environment, in my opinion, it's not been the easiest, but I guess there are people who still do it. Jamie, Viru, let's take a look at Viru. Haven't seen it. Yeah, I mean, the trend's up. No question, the trend is up. It's always been a bit of a choppy one intraday to try to trade, but come on, Saidu. Big level for it to break right there. You can see I've got a price alert set. Look at the 15-minute chart. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's about an hour, almost an hour and 15 minutes that it has hit this one, or sorry, the 389 mark. Okay. And you can kind of see that if it can take out that 389 on some volume, it could start to challenge that 4 level. So again, just to keep hammering this point home, I mean, I'm talking to Teddy in our YouTube room because Michael always keeps talking about a trading plan, and you're absolutely right. You don't know what your trading plan can be until you experiment some. So for instance, I think you said, I like to see stocks that, maybe gapped up and then fell back down to a consolidation level. And then I would like to trade off that. Great. Try it. You know, if that is what you think your trading plan could look like, then you try it and see how it works. If it doesn't work, try to create the scan from within Trade Ideas to give you something that looks like that, and then you try it. And that's all. I mean, Michael's does that, has been doing that for years. He'll have an idea, but he is basically stuck with his whole notion of, what, I only trade strong stocks, ones that are, the stock composite rating has got to be a certain level, and his algorithm that he put together. Does it mean though that every single strong stock is going to work for him? Of course not. But more than likely, or the odds are more in his favor because he's tested it over many, 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 many months and years, even, that over the long term it seems to work for him. So again, Teddy, you had an idea that could be your trading plan. Then you test it, try it in the simulator and see how it works. There are people that say, you know what, I only want to play opening range breakouts, an opening range 15-minute breakout. Okay, well, we've got an alert for that. And they say, that's what I think I'd really like to be able to do. I want to play when a stock breaks its opening 15-minute range. I think that is how I'd like to trade. Try it. We've got a scan for that. And you'll see, does it work? Is it working for you? I was just somebody who likes to see stocks near the highs of the day. And and then trying to figure out a way, okay, a stock's near the high of the day. And if it takes out the high on great volume and there's room on the daily, weekly, monthly chart, then that suits my style of trading. Why? Because I've done it, enough times that I seem to be able to make a living doing it that way. Okay, so. But when I started trading, did I know that's what I wanted to do? No. I had to experiment a lot. All right, guys, let's see. Well, it's 1:30, so at 2 o'clock I will be in this marketing meeting. So I'll just have to. Oh, what's Indo doing? Indo making a bit of a move here. Yeah, it's too late though. Shoot. Come on, there we go. Little move now for SIDU, but right back down. I mean, right back down. So I'm going to have to reset my alert. But remember, I'm already in this, so it's not like I wanted to want to take it here. I'm already in this one. I'm just waiting for maybe that final breakthrough. I don't think so, Scott. No, that's not his trading plan. No. Well, again, Hassan, for me, it's seeing stocks near the highs of the day, and saying, okay. I mean, I've taken this one, this SIDU, because I'm intrigued by this bounce to the 10 SMA and taking trades, right around that level and seeing how well it works. Does it work every time? No, but I'm intrigued by that. But most of my trades are near the highs of the day. It doesn't mean though, just like I said, what one did we just see? Indo. So yeah, Indo was making a new high there, but it's too extended. Look at this 15-minute chart running right up. So I'm not going to take that trade. But if I had had that alert and it'd been basing a little bit, maybe 30 minutes. Here goes Saidu again. So if I had clicked on that Indo, because I see it in the races, and it had been more down in this area, I may have been more inclined to take a look at it and take the trade. But now, it's just too extended. Now I can say to myself, okay, now that I know about it, why don't maybe I wait and see if it can pull back to that 10 SMA. Remember that 10 SMA is rising, so it could get all the way up here, and maybe it pulls back. I don't want to take it if it pulls all the way back, because that would be a huge pullback. Whoa. Now we're getting interesting here on the SIDU. Key level, try to take out 4. Really tough, psychologically taking out 4, taking out that whole number. But now if it does it, and the next high looking left is 473. Now I'm not saying that if it takes out 4, it's getting to 473, but that's the attraction of this for me, because it has the room to run, if it wants to, not having to worry about chart resistance. So far, one of them has worked okay. This I do, bouncing off that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. And, I'm above water with the NCNA, but it hasn't, it really hasn't moved that much. But now if it comes back down to it, I'll probably get out of the trade. But right now, there's no reason for me to exit this NCNA trade. Just give me a moment. I just lost my Bluetooth. Here we go. So for me, I've taken some of this I do off. The reason being is that I still have this, aversion to any stock that gets close to a whole number. I have this, this feeling that it won't make it through easily. So I take some off, and I'll hold some in case it does. And if it goes right back to my buy price, oh well, I know I've at least locked in some profit. Okay, guys, LQDA just bounced up here and got halted. I just popped and just got halted on volatility halt, LQDA. Haven't had too many halts today. Well, different stocks. We've had this HKD was halted left and right. But let's take a look at LQDA. Wow. So this has been halted on decent volume. There's the 200-day moving average. You can't buy it right now, just in case people will want you to buy it. Well, it's halted. You can't buy it until it starts to trade. 467, 467, the potential bid ask. Okay, so it's halted at 445. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is telling me, and of course the halt, we have our halts resumes. We do have a scan for that, so that's why I know that LQDA was halted, and that's one of the scans I'm sharing. So this is the potential open, 467, 467. It's not set in stone. Typically these halts are 5 minutes long. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 141 plus 3 seconds. They're typically 5-minute halts. And it's a volatility halt. Okay, well, come on, Saidu. I mean, I still have you, but ooh, there you go. Just as I mentioned it, there it goes, 402. Oh, I thought it was 445. Hey, but that's the LQDA. Okay, well, now the next level is to take out the day's high. To try to take out the day's high at 409. Don't see any LQDA. I don't see any news for it, LQDA. I just see that it obviously it's been halted, but I don't see any news for it. And your news, if you don't see it, then because you've got that news service, so I don't see any news for it. Now, the other thing, I mean, playing bounces and things like that, however, off a 10 SMA or whatever, I mean, you like to have the market on your side too. So that's why I'm saying just because something is at the 10 SMA, I mean, you like to see the market at least on your side. It doesn't have to be necessarily going higher, but you don't want to see a bunch of red candles and you're trying to play a bounce. So that's why I'm saying you get an alert, you always have to be, aware of what the overall market's doing. Oh, that's the U2HR. Aha. So you mentioned the lost case chatter, and that's the news, Zach. Thank you, Captain Kangaroo. All right, so you see what happened with the Saidu? It got up to a little over the 4 mark. Now it is just dropped down a little bit. So just going to be totally aware of this 4. Yeah, the open is getting higher and higher, 475, 475. Nothing is set in stone, of course. And this will open at, well, basically at 141. So 3 seconds, guys. 2, 1, boom. There it is. So there's your open. There's your bid ask. It's going to be wild for a while. Now, you've got that 200-day moving average right above it, right at 5, like 506. So, that's a block right there. That is a block. Now, winning a case like that that may not matter, but for me, that's too much of a block. And look what happened. I mean, it got close, 492, and there it is, 506. So it got close to that 200-day moving average, and then it just fell off it. Now, where's that 10? See, the 10 is, I'm sorry, the 10 is, yeah, you can't even see it. The 10 SMA is way down here. Okay, now it's starting to recover. So there's a bottom there, 430. I mean, look, if it takes out that 200-day, if it explodes right through that, I mean, in theory, it's got a shot to the 6 level. In theory, if it explodes through that 200-day, if that news really, really is going to keep, fueling the enthusiasm. Let's see. Any trades? No, nothing. Very strange. I think there has only been 2 days for no AI trades. One was Brexit, the day of Brexit, and there was one other day that I can't remember. Might have been the pandemic, the day of the pandemic. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, no trades. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, I am now back. So look at this one now, guys. I mean, I'm saying this is not a recommendation. I'm just saying if it breaks right through that 200-day moving average, the next high looking left is well, I guess there is one right there, 523, but will the strength of that news, keep it going? Remember after the halt, they got all the way down to 429. That's a little unnerving. So you have to remember that too. This is kind of what I was saying, yesterday. It didn't really happen, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get some stock, moving right up the leaderboard, and out of nowhere. And there's your LQ, there's the LQDA. And here's one I didn't see before, LIDR as an example, LIDR. I don't know if you're kidding, Shady, or not. because I wouldn't be buying it here, but I would have to let it take out that 200-day easily. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I'm just waiting on the NCA. Basically, NCNA is kind of where I bought it, 172-ish. So I'm just, but there's no reason for me to dump it yet. Okay, guys. Well, again, this is risky business right now for the LQDA. 200-day moving average 506. Okay, well, I have scalped some out. Okay, I mean, I don't have any clue where this is going, and the 523 was a little bit of an iffy one right there, right? It was 523, or sorry, yeah, 523. What did it get to? 524, and so that might stall it. So I'm not going to take any chance. I'm out of it completely now, completely. But if it takes out 523, there's a possibility I'll get back in it. And right there, 523, it almost got right to the penny. I mean, look at that. Well, in fact, right to almost to the penny. 524 it got to, and that high was 523. Just a quick. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm out of it now, but I mean, I would not want to see it go below 5. So, and which it has. But later on, I mean, if it takes out that high, it could really get rocking again because then look left. Look at the room it's got looking left, 589. All right, guys. Well, 152. So I'll be in a marketing meeting in about 8 minutes from now. Wow, I had no idea that Martin took out 20. No idea. That's a lifetime high right now, guys. There's an earnings play. No action whatsoever after hours. I mean, look at that. There's their no action whatsoever. No action in the pre-market. But look what happens. The market opens and it just, goes up 17%. MRTN. Wow. Oh, you're welcome, Roberg. It must be. It's an all-time high. I'm not losing sight of the LQDA though, just in case it traders. I mean, what's the float again? Yeah, so it's not a crazy low float, 50 million, not high, but it's not low. Shortable also for me, Interactive Brokers, lots of shorts, 2.3 million. But you're in an emotional area right now, right around that 5 level. Actually, I think I'll put another alert around 514 for this, just in case it takes out that 200 day. I want to know if it takes out the 200 day and getting close, guys. It's getting close again. I mean, it's right at that 200 day again, LQDA. Now, one of the problems is I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so this requires 100% concentration, as opposed to the NCNA, which I'm in. It's not really that. It's not nearly as active, so I may not be able to do anything even if I want to because I'll be in this meeting. So what I'm going to do right now is just put the announcement in. I'm still here, but I just want to get the announcement in. Okay, so the Saidu is still hanging in that 4 level. Yeah, okay, I'm out of it now. I'm completely out of the Saidu. I don't like the way it's trading at all. Maybe over that 404 again gets me back in, but I'm out of the Saidu. So all I have right now is the NCNA just in case it breaks through. BCTX action. Let me quickly look at that before I put myself on mute. Yeah, BCTX. I always want to call it brain cell, Bria cell. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Another long meeting. So here's a little recap, guys. So I'm out of the NCNA, basically flat. Did not take off at all. So I'm out of the NCNA. I actually took some of the, bit of a chase here, but the MRTN. It just looked, I said, you know what? You just got to take some over this 20 level. I took a little bit out at that 2050 and I'm hanging on to a little bit left just in case it has a sort of that last power hour pop. So the MRTN, that surprised the heck out of me because I saw it all day long, never thinking that it would take out 20 and it did. And it's an all-time high. So that's it for me, guys. Really, I'm just kind of what time is it now? 2:52. So just one last look at my homepage and all the information there. Save my link. I'll be putting myself on mute fairly soon. Room will be open. The main room will be open until 3:30. YouTube will be open until 4:30. There is my link. So, whoops, there's my link. So you click on my link, and this is what you'll see. So of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription, there's a promo code you can use for 15% off. I'm lobbying, even in the marketing meeting, I said, I'm lobbying. Can't do anything unless you take the Let's Get Started. My daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. That's free. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All my scans are here that you might want to take a look at. The race mode over here, that particular race on the upper right-hand corner. Zach scans, bouncers and toppers, and what I use in the pre-market, market actives up and down. So a lot of my scans are here, and all the education is here. I'm going to say here, you just have to look at this section of my homepage, the user guide, big user guide, daily support. So Chris will be there, as I say, between 3:30 and 4:30 today. Before I shut the main room down, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. Starts off with what is a stock. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. Then you can look at all this anytime you want. Yeah, it's not up to me, Zach. The rest of them aren't in a room like this. So the majority wanted it at 2. So that's all there is to it. Wow, seeing AMC is really kind of giving it up, isn't it? AMC for that nice, wow, 1782. There's a $1.50 drop. And look at the rhythm, RYTM. Boy, that was interesting at the beginning of the day in the pre-market, got up to 12. Very spotty though, but it looked maybe interesting when it was up to 1162. Now this is giving it up also, RYTM. And that was shortable. I just kind of sort of lost sight of this one. Yeah, let's take a look at HYMC. I think it was about $1. Yeah, wow. Crazy. All right, guys. So listen, I'll put myself on mute again. I am here though, so I can answer questions if there are any questions that come up. So let me just put the announcement in. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. Again, I'm here, so please ask questions if you have them. Right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I've confirmed Chris will be there at 3:30. So I'll put the YouTube link in before I do shut this room down, the main room down. You can head over there. And I'm just kind of patiently waiting to see if Martin's MRTN has a late day surge. So we'll have this one, see if it has a late day surge in the last half hour or so, 45 minutes. So any last minute questions? Remember DDL from yesterday? Easy come, easy go. DDL yesterday up to 654, down to 542, basically wiping out yesterday. I'm just going to throw up Netflix for fun, see what people are thinking right now. Remember, they have earnings after hours. So the stock is being bid up a little bit here. So one of two things, people are thinking, well, is that potential of 2 million loss of subscribers, is that built into the price? Or is it going to be less? You know, they're sort of conditioning us for a 2 million loss of subscribers. That's what I think most people are thinking is going to happen. Groupon. I still cannot believe Groupon is still around. You know, the LQDA, you know, I saw that little pop. I had that price alert and it did pop above. Here's the 200 days. So, you know, I mean, this could, if it takes out that high right there, this could easily have a late day surge. You know, the next high is way up here around 6. So, really? I mean, I remember how many years ago I used to get them in the email all the time, Groupon coupons. Years ago, though. Yeah, the volume, look at the volume, guys. The volume is picking up in LQDA. The volume is picking up. This will be probably, what time is it? 3:25. This will probably be the second largest volume bar of the day in the 15-minute chart. I almost guarantee it. All right, guys. So I think I'll just wind this down now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Again, YouTube will be open until 3:30. I'll get my script together. Just keep an eye on that LQDA if it takes out the high. So again, thank you for all the help today. There you go. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And again, YouTube, you guys are still there. Yeah, this LQDA, I mean, you can just kind of see if it takes out the high of 524 with any sort of volume. I mean, the volume is there right now. It's just not quite, it's just not quite pushing it through it. And it might not happen. So I'm not trying to predict. I'm not predicting it will happen. But if it does happen, the way I think traders will think, if it takes out that high, there's they're looking at is that next high over here at 589. This could be interesting even after hours, LQDA could be. 50 million in the float, 20 million traded, 31 times normal. Yeah, I mean, the APLD, it's been flirting with 2. I'm not a huge fan. I mean, if it can take out 2, I mean, the next high looking left is 215. So, I mean, you've got between here and 215, you might struggle. Now, if you can ever take out 215, then you've got something to think about, because the next high is at 331. So, but it's been a choppy one to trade if you're trying to intraday trade it, depending on where you're putting your stops. And not lose sight of this LQDA if it takes up that high. Look at the volume. I mean, the volume's picking up, guys. All right, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up probably in 23 seconds. He said he'd be there at 3:30 on the button. And that'll give me a chance to really concentrate on the LQDA going into the close. Chris, late as usual. 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds. He was in another meeting, so I got to give him some leeway. I'm just kidding him, of course. And again, just waiting for maybe a late day surge for MRTN also. If I were, if I were more of a swing trader, I mean, this one, hello, there he is.
Here
Late
I
as
am.
usual, 43 seconds late.
In high demand today. I'm in high demand today.
High demand, yes, you are. All right, my friend, I'm just waiting on I've got Martin still, MRTN, so I'm waiting to see if it has a late day surge. And I'm also looking at LQDA in case it takes out that high of about 520.
That has been all over my races for a while here.
Yeah, and you can see if it can take out the high, the next high is 589. So you never know, it might have that late half hour, or even after hours thrust. But I'll let you go.
All righty, sir. You have a good rest of your afternoon. Get
You
on
too.
that bike and get some
I will.
exercise.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
You got it. Talk to you later, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
So happy Tuesday, everybody. We've got ourselves a rally here, I'd have to say. Bring up a SPY chart. Give me one moment here. Sorry, just getting myself organized. I was doing a spaces with Michael a moment ago for Wolf Financial. All right, there we go. Willow, how are you? Hopefully you're having a green day. So this is what I want to show here with the rally. So, we talked about this declining line here, and said if we can break this line, that's going to put some wind at the back of the bulls here. Now, one day does not make a trend or anything, but we've got all the same economic news that's out. We're gonna, rates are going to get raised crazy, and all we know enough anyways about the quote unquote bad events that are here or coming, and we really haven't sold off with that. And, just like I talked about with the K-Web, higher lows and all those, here's the low, here's a higher low. Is this going to be another high low? I don't know. But this is, again, the stuff that we do to try to identify trend changes. Now, could it be a secondary trend, meaning it's just going to last a week, 2 weeks, something similar to what we had here? Or is it going to be something more? Now, again, no way to predict any of these things, but it's how we can manage our expectations in the coming days. Getting a close above this declining line here, I think, is a pretty big deal. We still have that 393-ish level that that's going to be the next big test. If we can get a close, if we can get to 393 and a close above that without giving up much of the ground that we're trying to gain or really hold at this point, again, these are the big things to look at. So happy afternoon to you too there, Raj. So, that's what I'm looking at when I'm mentioning, we got kind of a rally under our belts here. So we'll see, again, I like bull markets much more than I like bear markets. I'm neither a bull nor bear, but trading in a bull market's much more fun because it's a lot. What we do is extremely hard. Bull markets make it not quite as hard. That's all there is to it. So, if anybody's got any questions or anything like that, start firing those away. Otherwise, kind of go into some of my overall thoughts and things that popped up on scanners and all that kind of stuff today. So, and while I'm at it here, just had someone message me and they want some of the scanners that I have already. So just want to drop those off to them while we're doing that. And other than that, I just continue to be such a proponent of these races, at least for the day trading side of things. I still think, if you're looking at it from the swing trading side of things, I think you want to run races for the day, maybe have them kind of hidden and off to the side, and look at those winners at the end of the day and how much they're winning and why they're winning. And I think you probably maybe want to throw some more longer term filters involved if you're looking for the swing trading type of stuff. That's just my opinion. Let's see. So just sorry getting these cloud links out. And these are what I'm sharing is just someone had DM'd me on Twitter, and it's all the same stuff I share with you folks every day. If someone's new here and you don't have it, please chime in and I'll drop those links into this chat as well. Just one more to go here. So I haven't looked at the other indexes yet, but I do suspect that they're all looking pretty strong right now. There we go. All right, got that all out there for us. So multitasking. I was teasing. I'm one of those people that has trouble walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time. TRVI coming on. Let's take a look. TRVI. So I don't have any of my scans right now. TRVI. Why aren't you on one of my scans if you're coming up? Volumetric. Probably just crossed the volumetric. So if it continues to move, I bet we'll see it. Yeah. Yep. Volumetric was what was holding it back here. Let's see. What do I mean by long-term filters? This is what I would mean by long-term filters. Let me pull up a configure here on a topless window anyways. Basically more or less the same thing. When we're looking at what I would consider long-term filters is maybe we're looking at stuff over a 5-day range. When we're talking swing trading, all of a sudden we're looking at stuff that's got, making big moves in a 5-day range. And then maybe we couple that with something like consecutive candles for days. Now it's up a couple of days in a row, or things that, maybe they've got a good range like we were just talking about. And then we're talking about position in ranges, and they've got a good, a solid position range over the last 20 days. 10 days, 5 days, these kind of longer term numbers in here is what I'm looking at. Start looking at daily RSI things, daily Bollinger Bands. We can get into the longer term moving averages. And I think if we make a turn more towards a bull market again, we'll start to recapture some of these moving averages, or we'll start to approach some of these longer term moving averages. And so then maybe looking at those is something you might want to do. And I'm using the royal you, not anyone specifically. But, there's got to be a lot of stocks that are really under their 200-day average right now, a lot that are probably under their 50-day moving average. All of a sudden, these things start to turn on those moving averages and want to turn towards them and moving up to them and through them. Those are the kind of things that could go on, a 3, 4, 5-day run. Or, if you're someone who's a position trader that you're trying to, position yourself for a week or 2 or 3 weeks run, those are the things. Now, it's great and fine to try to scan for all these types of things. You still got to be reading the tea leaves, looking at the charts, and you can't just blindly scan for things. You can't say, oh, well, we talked about in whatever I was listening to, longer term moving averages, a 20-day, a 50-day, a 200-day, whatever it is. And I'll just scan for those and find, you have to still have that plan formulated on what you're looking for, why you're looking for it, and then looking at the charts and doing those things. I don't scan that way necessarily. As far as moving averages go, I like to look at position in 20-day ranges, especially when I'm doing my homework at night and things like that. And so that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking at. And that's why, it's the one indicator I have on my daily chart. I'm just not a big indicator person, as you can see, as many of you well know. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at in regards to those things. And this is all predicated once again, take a look at a Q's chart because we're, beating up on the SPY. I don't mean beating up on SPY. We talk about the SPY nonstop. We can do the same thing here with the Q chart, and we can find ourselves, these downward trends. That did not go at all how I wanted it to. But, sorry, trying to grab this trend line. It's kind of being a nuisance here. But, we can go back and look at this downward trend that we've got going on here. And it's actually much worse on the Qs. I mean, we could draw it like that, and then we could say it's breaking it. But I feel like that's kind of cheating right now. But my point being is if we are getting some bull wind at our back in the market finally, these are the things that you want to look for in trend changes and finding those trend changes as early as we can. And then at some point, I like to talk about primary and secondary trends. Primary trends are trends that last for months to years. Secondary trends are the ones that last weeks to months. Both are very tradable, but the issue starts to become, how are you trading them, or are you trading them? So that's what I'm looking at and what I'm discussing here with those types of things. So yeah, LDQA, it's been live. It's been live, and there it goes. Talking about that level that Barry was talking about, and we bring over time and sales here from IB, and we can see, it's cooking along right now. There it goes, ready to bust through that 530 level. It's trying, really trying right now. Really fighting, really coming in on that. Look at that 1 minute volume. Just went from in the 40, around mid 40s on the 1 minute volume to mid 50s now. So we'll see. Right, a lot of excitement going on here. Rent ain't nothing going on but the rent. We've got these REITs here. And again, a lot of charts are going to look like this. And we know how I feel about buying stocks in a downtrend. Day trading a stock in a downtrend can be one thing. Swing trading stocks in a downtrend is really risky. Is that ready? I don't know. But if the market goes, we want to start to, position ourselves mentally to be able to make that trend change with it. APLD making new highs all day after dips. APLD. Applied blockchain. I'm guessing this is going to be crypto related. Tailored plasma gas chemistry for a wide range. That's strange. I got nothing. Applied blockchain. It's talking about gas and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Big float for under $2 stock. This thing has been ripped to shreds. I got a little gap to fill there, that's for sure. So if we can keep this momentum up, we got a nice little gap there, some momentum and some volume in there. I don't really look at. I don't do a lot with Holly just because. Holly has such a wide-ranging set of strategies, and not everything that she does fits what I'm trying to do trading or what I'm looking for. So, I don't have much to add on Holly. When I was a newer trader, I used her a lot, especially, what I used her for was like kind of a weather barometer. Is Holly getting stopped out a lot? On her longs, I need to be careful in my longs. Is Holly letting trades ride all day? Is moderate mode working better than conservative mode? That kind of means that I can maybe stay in my trades a lot longer. And that's kind of the more of the way that I looked at Holly in that sense. I've not looked at Holly in races or anything to regard that. So I don't have anything much to add there. I would say that Holly was kind of a weather barometer for me and kind of a teacher in the sense of, first off, Holly's always got to stop. I always have to stop, that those kind of things with risk management. I leaned on Holly a lot early on in my trading for that. I don't have a swing race necessarily. I've got this upper 20-day range here. I can share it out, and it's based off of what I call my evening scan. So I'll put it in here first and then kind of give you some thoughts behind it. Upper 20-day range. All right, so that's the race. Just copying the link and going to put it in here. And then I'm going to share. First, I'll go over what I'm doing in it, and I'll circle back to that in a moment there, Michael Anthony. So let me first share what I'm looking for in the race. All right, so we're looking at stocks that are up from the open. They traded at least 550,000 shares on the day. They're between $8 and $50. They're 75% above the low of their 20-day range. They're 75% above the low of today's range, and they're doing at least 0.8 of the relative volume. So I don't mind if they're a little bit below their normal volume, but I want to see this volume number kind of up. And the reason now in my evening scan, I like this volume metric higher and this volume metric higher because I'm really more looking at swing trades in that, where I'm looking at kind of things that have had some momentum behind them, but I don't want them cut out by being underweight in the volume essentially, because I'm still kind of day trading with this. So that's where it's a blend of racing intraday-ish in my evening scan that I use for finding swing setups. The problem is the whole market and everything is in a downtrend, and finding things that are an uptrend is very difficult on a 20-day range right now. If we go through, chart after chart on some of these that are coming through, had been a very big downtrend. We had a downtrend up until recently, right? And I think we're going to see this over and over again. So find my mouse. There we go. You know, Mara, same thing. Edit. Same. Look at every one of these charts is going to be very similar. That doesn't count. That's just chop and slop. Just happens to meet the metrics. EVGO, you know, a lot of downtrend going here, trying to come up. All right. AFRM, again, look at how many of these charts really kind of match what I drew off the first chart, right? Some of these are going to have more of an uptrend than the others, though, and that's the other key here. So, you know, is it an uptrend, or is it just it's been so beat up, it just kind of being picked up off the mat for the day? And that's where the trick comes in on the swing trading part of all this. There is no magic, hey, this is just swing trading and just take the things from this because of swing trading. We're looking, you know, I'm turning to look for things that are in an uptrend over the last 20 days, or at least well off the mat of the last 20 days, and they're strong today. Some things are going to look better than others, and that's kind of what I'm doing there. I think you meant Holly. I'm going with Scott. I'm pretty sure that's what he meant to meant with that. So, and so, anyways, that's kind of, you know, for Doc there that was asking about that. That's kind of my short and skinny as far as Holly goes on the races, and as far as swing trades on the races. And you want to look at those longer term filters that are involved in it. Now let's see. Michael had asked about ARGO or AGRO. So yeah, you know, long-term downtrend here. You know, spending most of the year, or well, spent half the year in this uptrend, spent half the year in this downtrend. Made a round trip back to where it started from. So, oh, this is a B thing. Yeah, funny. Luxembourg. I remember Luxembourg was hot for a minute back here in January and February. You know, you get some defined risk levels, you know, depending on how much you're willing to risk or what you're looking at for levels. But, you know, here's a big floor. Below here, 0 is your next stop, in my opinion, you know, below here. And there's not really a lot of resistance going up. It's just a matter of having people interested in it. Now, there isn't a matter of people interested in the sense that, you know, 670,000 shares traded on the day, doing below its normal at volume. It looks like volume is just kind of declining throughout the whole year here, essentially. So no real edge without some interest coming into it. Does it just drift higher on its own? I guess you can make that case, but there's nothing compelling me to this chart whatsoever. You know, nothing compelling me there. Like I said, you've got kind of defined risk levels. There's a floor. You go through that floor, and 0 is your next stop, as far as I'm concerned. I guess we could say that this level here is of some interest, which is just below that 8 level. So you're looking at whole numbers again. You know, $8, $9. $9 is probably there, and $10 there. So you're really just up against, I think, some real textbook technicals here. You know, there's no volume involved in it. It's been declining volume and declining RSI nonstop. And, you know, the whole numbers are going to be tough for you. I mean, look at this. Look where I just drew that line. Rate at $9, right? $9 is a struggle right there. We're finding, you know, ourselves trying to move up into the $8 range. Gonna struggle there. And as we approach 10, kind of fell right off that cliff. So really technical whole number stuff here, and that's what you're looking at for AGRO. That's what I think. Oh, but who is Holly? I'm sorry, Scott. Holly is I prefer to call her a virtual trading assistant that we have. She's kind of ish an AI technology. And I got to say, I've never seen this before other than Brexit. And maybe one day during the COVID crash. There's no Holly trades today. That's really something. And I was one of the very, very, very early adopters of Holly as a subscriber. Huh. So, but at her core, Holly alerts and puts out alerts, and she gives a stop price. Sometimes she always has a stop price she puts out. Sometimes she has a timed exit. Sometimes a target. It depends on how the scans in her were optimized. The scans are kind of a black box. So I'm going to drop something here that's our full Holly guide if you want to take a look down that as well. at your leisure. Sorry, I'm just a little taken back right now. I've never seen Holly not trade before, literally, other than Brexit. And I think there was one, some of those crazy days. I think one of them during COVID, she didn't trade. That was really it. So there's a full Holly guide there if you want to take a walk down that. There's a lot of data in here, things that there's a lot I actually don't know about Holly with under the hood stuff. I didn't have a hand in building Holly, and those strategies are kind of kept under lock and key. But some of the things I can tell you for sure is, there's different ATR metrics that are used in some of her stops and things of that nature. So it's not, arbitrary stops or anything like that. Using, we have S1 and S2 and R1 and R2 filters and ATR filters. Those, are a basis for a lot of, I think, how the stops and things like that are fixed and set up so that you understand some of the risk management that she's in with there. And then, if we go into the columns here, there's a lot of different data, there's different metrics. I'm one of those ones that I don't care if it ever gets me in trouble. I think aggressive profit's one of the stupidest things on the planet. It means trading without a stop. Just if you're going to trade without a stop, do yourself a favor. Go withdraw all your money from all your banks and light it on fire. It'll save everybody in your life a lot of heartache and pain ripping that Band-Aid off. Aggressive is just total garbage and nonsense. But anyways, we show it for some stupid reason. Regardless of that, though, there's a lot of good data in here with Holly. Conservative mode versus the moderate mode. Now, those are two modes I can get behind because both have stops, but one is managing trades based on we're in the trade, we're just letting it ride for the day unless we get stopped off on, and that's moderate. Where conservative is saying, hey, I've got some different metrics that can get me out of this trade during this day. One similar to a trailing stop, we call it a profit save. Another's a reduced risk, saying, hey, this trade wasn't working out, and we're not going to stick around to find out if it's going to work or not. We're going to save ourselves some money, not ride it down to the stop. Things like that. I think there's some really powerful stuff in here as far as Holly goes. And like I said, I used Holly as a crutch for a long time. Is she working? How's she working? Why she's working? And how does that translate to what I'm doing with my trades? And to circle back on why more of a crutch than just general ideas is because there's some days where Holly's alerting all stocks that were in like the $50, $60, $70 range. And I didn't, especially, maybe now I look at stuff a little more in that price range, but early on I wasn't looking on trades at those price levels. I was looking at stuff really that $5 to $30 range. I still kind of in that range more or less. And so it's like, well, what happens when she's alerting 10 things, but only one of them is in my price range? And I don't like that chart. And so that's why I used her more as a guide in that sense versus just generating ideas and kind of built out scans that are more what I'm looking for and then relating it to what Holly's doing. And again, looking at, what was the max profit on those trades, because sometimes her exits aren't always as good as her entries. So there's been a lot of times where Holly had some great entries. She didn't manage to trade well. Even in conservative mode, she didn't manage it well. And you say, gee whiz, if I was managing that, I'd have thought that this was the exit instead. And that's why I like to look at those max profit days to say, what did she do well or what didn't she do well? And how could I use that to improve my trading? And these are the things that I looked at a lot. And then, depending on, the profit change in the last 5 minutes, profit change in the last 15 minutes, so on and so forth. All these different metrics in here. So a lot of good stuff. The one that I'll bag on for the rest of my life is aggressive profit. Like I said, aggressive means trading without a stop. It's not trading, it's gambling. If you don't have a stop, you're gambling right away. That's all there is to it. So that's kind of short and skinny there. I mean, if there's more Holly questions, fire them away. I'll happy to go more in depth on specific Holly things if someone has things like that. So long or short Netflix on the earnings, I don't know. I've got no edge on that. I don't particularly. I don't know if Barry's listening in now, but I railed on Netflix a couple of weeks ago about I just don't care for anything in their platform in general. I guess it's really, I shouldn't have taken a shot at Netflix like that, looking back at it, more because I just don't watch TV in general or very much of it. It doesn't matter if it's Netflix or anybody else. There's a few shows that are okay to me. That's that just is what it is. I think it's just kind of me as a person. I don't know, just TV doesn't apply to me anymore so much. But Netflix, let's look at it technically speaking. NFLX, right? Is that Netflix? Yeah, that's Netflix. Technically speaking, that chart's in trouble. That chart's in trouble as far as I'm concerned. You got this downtrend and fall off a cliff, and then you got this range and really fell off a cliff. We can't even come back to the top of this here. And look at this range that we've got going on here. Now, let's really nail down into this right here. And I say all this, and for all I know, Netflix rips in the after hours, for all I know. But here's what I'm really looking at right now. We drop off this cliff, right? Get a better writing utensil. Hold on. We drop off this cliff, and then we kind of come down. We try to get back up, and we can never reclaim 200 with any gusto whatsoever. We're pushing right up against it. I know we're at 201 right here, but when you got $200 stocks, 201 isn't exactly writing home to mom to brag about anything at camp right now. And so that's what I'm looking at there. And I just think that we're in big trouble here. I think Netflix is in big trouble here. And if I think they're, you're at the mercy of earnings and how they're interpreted. Here's the thing. They could have absolute blah earnings and subscribers and all that stuff like that. We could see that. And then tomorrow we'll see that. And so it's like earnings are funny like that. Do they really even, I don't know. And I think the implied volatility is expecting, I heard someone say, and I didn't double confirm this, but I think it would make sense. Implied volatility on this is expecting a 14% move post earnings right now. So now implied volatility doesn't mean a 14% move up or down. It's just saying we're expecting a 14% move. We're not saying which way it's going. Now I want to take one more look at Netflix in a time frame here, and I want to throw up a weekly chart and where we are on things. Yeah, look at that. I mean, we're in territory we haven't seen in a long time for Netflix. We got to go all the way back to 2018, where it was struggling to bust above that 200 through 2017, as a matter of fact. And then finally in 2018, it got through that 200. I mean, we are in holy cow territory for Netflix. Look at that. I tell you what, this thing collapses. 150s in play. 150, 160s in play. If the street, the players, the investors, the whoever, and you better believe that people that want to short this thing, if they smell blood in the water, and we could even look at this on a weekly chart. That was a bear flag that did that. We have another bear flag on a weekly chart right there. That's another bear flag or a bear pennant, however you want to call that or address that. Those are bear flags. Those are bear pennants right there. And look at what happened on the last one. Not good stuff. So Doc, idea surfing is this. Let's say I'm tasked with a few other things and I'm working, I'm at my desk, I have other stuff going on. And all of a sudden, there you go, Netflix liftoff. So I guess they reported as the bell dropped on us. Like, I don't even know. So let's say I'm tasked with our stuff. Well, idea surfing will go through the top 3 stocks on your top list, your price alerts window, and if you have Holly, on Holly as well, assuming there's 3 alerts on Holly. I'm still kind of miffed by what's going on with Holly today. And so go through those and put those charts up. So it's like a passive way of looking at things while you're tasked with other items. So, all right. Now, apparently, I have someone in this live stream that is having trouble accessing the chat. I was just messaged in back channels and looking for those entry and exit signals. So, kind of tough to show right now because Holly's not putting anything out. But for my person that's looking for those entry and exit signals, first off, if you can use this link here, again, I'm dropping our Holly guide link here. All right. Please take this link and bookmark it. All right. Sorry, hold on. There we go. So bookmark that as that's where the entry and exit signals come from. That's Holly that's going to have those. All right. And they would appear in this window here. The best way to load that, all right, is go to New AI Holly Strategy Trades window, not strategy window, strategy trades window. And if you load that, it's going to load a window that looks like this. Now I'm going to bring the new one that I just loaded over. It's going to have a lot of data in here, okay? Everything in Trade Ideas, right click, come to the columns. Your selected columns is what you're displaying for data. This is your master list. I would suggest to anybody just loading up Holly for the, within the first few times, come in here to the columns and start to get rid of some of them. All right. I'd get rid of aggressive profit right away. All right. I would get rid of maybe change in the last 15 and 5 to start with for now. All right. Clean this stuff up. All right. Segment, get rid of segment. That's not important anymore. All right. Get rid of these performance ones here. They're going to be graphs, garbage. You don't need that stuff. All right. Get rid of all that performance stuff there. All right. Keep it basic. You want your entry time, your stop, your entry price, your exit reason, your exit price, your last price. All right. Keep maybe moderate profit in there. Maybe get rid of moderate profit percent. Get rid of re-entry stuff at the beginning. These are the things I get rid of. So this is where the entry and exit signals come from. All right. Again, to go over that, and then you press OK to save all that. Again, to get to that, you go New AI Holly Strategy Trades window, and that's where the entry and exit signals will come from. Now, if we look here on mine, now there's nothing populated, but you've got, your entry price, all right? And I've got stop price, right? And I've got exit price and exit time. Exit reason, I think, is a good thing to know, all right? Those are the ones that you really want to look at. I'm more of a focus on moderate person. That's why I have moderate profit and moderate profit percent here. That's just, my preference. But again, those columns, you can go through all those things and see what works and what doesn't work for you in that sense. So, yeah, Peter, Netflix just released earnings a couple of minutes ago here. So, for right now, they look, looks like the market likes it overall. We'll see what that means for tomorrow. And I mean, look, think about how many times with earnings, the earnings looked great. Guidance was great. Everything looked great for earnings. And it popped in the after hours, popped to the upside. And the next day the stock was down, or vice versa. The earnings looked terrible. The guidance was, everything was terrible about it. And it was down in the after hours. And then the next day the stock was a rocket ship. So, take earnings with a grain of salt. That's all I could say. It's an event, treat it as such, and know that with earnings, unfortunately, things just don't make a lot of sense a lot of times. So, that's that. So yeah, that's that. Let's see. Let me find. Where's my interactive? I had to throw some messaging out there. So I wanted to find find the news here because let's check out Netflix. So Netflix. All right, here we go. I'm going to bring over Benzinga. Their news out of IB, and Netflix says APAC revenues grew. So for those who don't know, APAC is Asian Pacific region, grew 23% year over year, excluding FX. So, for whatever that's worth, the street likes that. Let's see what other news. Seeking Alpha. Why is this doing this? Let's see if I can bring that over and not have it look ridiculous. Where are you? So let's see. Netflix sees third quarter global streaming paid members 221 million. Sees global streaming paid net additions of 1 million. So these are all the highlights here that are coming. So revenues missed by 60 million by analyst estimates. They beat on the top and bottom lines though. And the rest of these all are kind of numbers we're already seeing. So, Netflix looks okay, better. Everything looks a little better than they had. We'll see what that translates to tomorrow. I can guarantee this: the stock will be active as heck. So those are people that are just looking for active stocks in general. Netflix will be somewhere you want to be tomorrow. They usually do inventory on Wednesdays, I believe, for oil. So they'll, and then I don't know if tomorrow will be a Baker Hughes count, a rig count or not, but they'll do inventory tomorrow. That's released at 10:30. I haven't looked at energy today, but I'm going to maintain my thesis that oil will go up and oil stocks will not. Are not in pace with them anyways. So let's look at a daily chart here. So, we'll see. Is it? Are we getting the fish hook? Is it curling around? It's possible. If we could get back and clear this level up in here, I'd feel a little more bullish about some energy names. I think nat gas and nat gas heavy stocks have a much better potential than oil. I would say XOP. So that's a very strong day from the XOP, actually. So, all right, maybe it's time to get back to energy. Let's see. Maybe tomorrow's the day that really flips my script. And for those, those of you that are around long enough, or those of you new, I'll flip right away. No shame in flipping my opinion on any chart real fast. One day I might be a little bearish on it. The next day I could be real bullish on it. So my opinion does not pay me. The charts pay me. So that's that. What filters can give stocks 5, 10, 20 uptrend? I would go with position range, Raj. That's what I would go with. Position and range. 5-day, 10-day, 20-day position and ranges. That's long term without being crazy long. And those are the ones. Let me pull up. Whatchamacallit. Yeah, I saw that, Peter. That Boyle was on there early this morning a few times. I don't know how Nat Gas finished today. I mean, the market obviously finished up. Couldn't take out that 393 level for me, though. So tomorrow's going to be a big deal as far as I'm concerned. Position and range. So, these position and range filters here, your 5, 20, and 5, 10, 20 days, I think those are powerful in the sense that, you want to ride the up wave. Rising tide lifts all boats. So if you can find stocks that are really in an uptrend over 10 and 20 days, they've got good volume, right? And we've got the market on our side for swing trading. That's the stuff you want to be looking at, not necessarily be in, but that's the stuff you at least want to be pointed towards, right? Because the whole concept is, again, trend is our friend, rising tide lifts all boats, and all those things. So if I've got something that over 20 days is, kind of peeling up here, and then the market's peeling up with it too, and it's a stock that's, got some good liquidity in it, it's trading, let's say, I don't know, around 1 million shares a day, give or take. That you can get in and out of it well. People are interested in it. It's in an uptrend. The market's now on our side. And then you try to look for those charts that also have room when we look left. So now this is the full piece of the puzzle. We're looking at stocks in an uptrend. The market's now in an uptrend. And looking left, the stock itself has room to run, and it's got some, interest in it. And that's kind of that's the puzzle we want to put together. That's my, my kind of thoughts behind it, and why I scan the way I do on my evening scan and things like that. So, there are other pieces of the puzzle that other people might want in there. They might want to see stocks that have a big range also, that, have a, are trading $1 range, and on an ATR, or, they have an RSI that's strong with them as well, or, they're busting some upper Bollinger Bands to confirm that uptrend. Those are things that I would never discount. I don't personally use them, but they're certainly valid for anybody that does like those things, to add them to that puzzle. Because we, as I always say, we're putting together a puzzle, but we get to decide what pieces we want in that puzzle, essentially. So, that's kind of that. You guys could probably hear my Slack is going insane right now. Some other side projects that I'm working on here. Sorry, just trying to read and catch some messages here. So if you have anything scan related, keep firing away at me here, and any charts you throw up, I'll take a look at in a moment. Okay, so let's see. AM BP. That doesn't sound familiar. Metal packing. Oh, back to Luxembourg. Very familiar with that flag now. Same thing, like a lot of these things. It's in this downtrend, but is the downtrend going to end? I don't know, much nicer on the liquidity of this stock. And let's see, short growth is, so shorts continue to bet on this. So that short float's going to be going up. So people are betting on this thing to fall still for whatever reason. Look, if that's a bottom and we can start to put in higher highs or higher lows and so on. But for now, it continues to make higher lows or lower highs. The steps are still stepping down as far as I'm concerned on this. So, it's kind of that. And again, yeah, you're going to be hampered by whole numbers, bang, whole number, bang, whole number, so that's going to be where you look at for things on this, so all that stuff. I have no idea if report will show a buildup or not. We're in the driving season, so I kind of doubt that it'll show a build, and just know that basically anything that's tweeted out by people that are not directly involved or shared newswise, anything shared newswise that are not people directly involved in energy is manipulated numbers and lies. So anything that's coming from any politician, just assume it's a lie when it comes to energy. Just assume all of it is a lie, I would say. But back to the oil thing, it's just it's driving season. That's all there is to it. And people are going to still take their vacations, it seems like. And it's hard. I don't travel the whole country nonstop, so I can't put can't put a pulse on it. But I don't think oil demand will be crushed enough for us to really build much inventories at this point. I am looking at this on the chart. I mean, if that if it can make a move here. $7 is, can happen pretty quick, actually. It could be. All right, so that's all of that. Oh, we're at 421 already, so I'm getting ready to wrap up in a couple of minutes. We didn't look at anything here sector-wise. I just want to, natural gas we talked about. All right, so natural gas still looks pretty good here, even with a quote-unquote red day. Tried to come up and, basically fill that gap. Had a little tough time after that, but that chart still looks decent to me. Love to see it claim this area again for the nat gas bulls. Be dry. Interesting because some shippers look really kind of nice to me last night when I was scanning. What is unusual volume and channel bar imply? Just stocks that'll probably have high relative volumes and or 1 and 5 and 15 minute volumes. So it's probably looking at things that, let me bring up configure search. So relative volume is a ratio, and it essentially takes it over a 30-day ratio. And so 1 means normal, 2 would be 2 times normal, 3 would be 3 times normal. So you're looking at stocks that are probably doing, well over 1, I would say. And then also we have these volumes here. Let me get a different configure window. This isn't going to do what I want it to do. Configure. Here we go. Volume. And so then you also have these intraday volume ones of 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15, all the way to 30 minutes. And these are in percents, and they're 10-day averages versus the relative that's 30. And essentially with a percent, 100 would be normal. So, you're looking at stocks that might have like a 500, 600, 1,000%. You're doing 5, 6, 7, 1,000 times more than normal volume. So those are the kind of things that would be looking at as far as that channel goes. APLD keeps going higher, and the reason I think because of insider buying by the CEO and 5-year deal with Mara. Oh, interesting. Okay. Insider buying, I think, is always much more important than insider selling as well. Just to kind of piggyback on that. This is why people sell for a number of reasons. I'm putting a CEO or the CFO or an officer of the company. They're putting a new addition on their house, and they got to liquidate some stock to do that. They got a kid that's heading to college. They got to liquidate some stock for that. They have a major surgery, or they're helping take care of an elderly relative, and so those are all there are many reasons to sell for insiders. There's only one real reason to buy for an insider, and it's because they believe the stock is cheap and it's headed higher, or they believe in something with the company or something the company's doing, and they want to be a part of that. Aside from their salary, they want to own stock of the company they're involved in. And so that's why insider buying is much bigger tell than insider selling. Not that insider selling can't be for negative reasons, but there are many non-company related reasons for insiders to sell that have nothing to do with other than just life gets at you for different reasons, and that's all there is to it. So it's definitely, if there's a lot of insider buying on a stock, and the chart starts to confirm some of that story on it, that's some good stuff to look at. That's some good data to be looking at. And I'm not a fundamental guy, as you all very familiar with. So anywho, that's kind of that. Now, looking at wrapping up here, but I want to look at the K-Web before we wrap up, and the FXI. So K-Web. All right. We're kind of looking at all this stuff here. It's a big level here on the K-Web. So we've got that bottom end. We've got this level here. This is a bigger picture level. We can hold this level and move up. Really bullish on China. If not, back to being really bearish on China. All right. Got to show me something though, K-Web, because that ain't good. That ain't healthy. All right, now let's look at the FXI. Get your China large cap, and this one doesn't even look as good as the K-Web. Looks better to me, but here we put a base in. We got this kind of base in here. Didn't draw that very well, but you get the point. That's where I would call for a base, and it really violated it here. Is it no harm, no foul? Because we move up again with it, and then we hold this level. I'll only say this is no harm, no foul. We can take out that 35 level. We got to get 35. Got to get that 35. And then I'm feeling really, really, really bullish on China. A lot of China plays that are super beaten up out there that, to take a look at. So DDL is one that I keep on my, I don't know why that did that. DDL. This is one I keep in my back pocket, man. Here's why. Big downtrend. Big sideways trend. We bust through that sideways trend. Look how fast it could climb this mountain. I'm not saying it's going to do it, But what I am saying is that that downtrend hasn't really been a downtrend for a very long time now. Okay. And we see this thing has got a nice range, you know, up over $30 here, all the way down to $4 and change here, probably around $4, I'm guessing, anyways. Long time sideways. We've got some easily defined risk levels. China turns. This may be something you want to be a part of. I am not currently. I'm not advocating for buying this whatsoever, but I'm saying you might want to scan for China names, and names that look like this are the ones you want to thumbnail, the ones you want to set price alerts for, because if China gets rolling, these might be the type of names that you want to be a part of in that. So, so that's that. APLD. I mean, I'm not going to say what's a buy level, but you got this gap here, right? You can get into that gap and hold it, you know, below this gap, you're headed back down to this gap. Gaps like to be filled. If we can't close this gap, we're going to close that gap. That's what's going to happen, technically speaking. Is it foregone conclusion? No. But I think this is a big deal. That's a big deal, that gap. So that's kind of a line in the sand to look at. There's one line in the sand. There's another line in the sand. Those are two big lines in the sand to look at, I would say there, Michael Anthony. And so that's kind of that. So, all right, folks, I'm going to wrap it up with all that today. I maintain we are still in a bear market. There are green shoots. Bring that SPY chart back up again, right? There are green shoots for sure. Looking at that, all right? Symmetrical triangle possibly forming. Symmetrical triangles like to resolve this way, generally speaking, all right? But, we've seen this story here. We saw it there. We saw it there. We saw it there, right? There's plenty of data in all of these ones, all right? This is no longer of a term. So for now, just be careful. That's all there is to it, you know? We keep an eye. We prepare ourselves for the trend change, right? We want to be there when the trend is changing. And then slowly but surely, we say at the beginning, it'll be a secondary trend, right? The more confirmation we can get, the more closes above, you know, key levels, we can start to push into primary trend area, right? So, you know, trade what we see on the charts, not what we believe. Trade what we actually see on the charts and all those kinds of things like that. So that's all I got. All right. So I will be back here tomorrow. All normal schedule the rest of the week as far as I'm concerned. I believe all normal schedule for me next week and all that. So that's that. All right. You folks have a great rest of your Tuesday wherever you are. Stay safe, stay sane, stay positive, and we will catch you back here tomorrow. Adios.